I was doing some character studies for a long time, and then I just was like, nothing's right. And then I gave him, they were all pointy shoes. And
Hmm.
then all of a sudden, I just did like a rounded clog.
That's it. It's
and
a
and then
clog.
he
Yeah,
appeared.
yeah. No, that's the same thing. I saw an image of a clog, like an old like Dutch shoe or something like that, and it got me. And I was like,
Yeah.
I love a clog. I wouldn't wear one myself. It's not my aesthetic as a shoe choice, but it was a clog that got me as well. Now it's like I
Wow.
don't want pointy things.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hello, everybody. It's a Thursday afternoon slash evening here in the lovely state of New Hampshire in the United States of America on planet Earth in the, I don't know, what's our what's our solar system? Just solar system. And then in the Milky Way, and then somewhere in the known universe. I have a lovely guest on tonight, which I don't know if you can see just barely. It's probably showing up right here. Esmé Shapiro is going to be joining us. They've done a lot of books. I will talk about them here in a second. Tonight's sketch, this I'm doing faux covers for a while. I just to give myself a chance to do some type and some other fun stuff. And so this one's going to be Pip and Pop's Hole to Nowhere, about two toads that dig a hole. And hopefully they will turn into some sort of project later on. But Esme has done a bunch of different books that have gotten great recognition. We have stuff like Myself, Yourself, that is beautiful, sort of textural ink work and whatnot. The title of this one I always loved, which is Carol and the Pickle Toad, and really inspired some little moments in my work, which I can talk about later. And then this one, which I believe was done with their partner, Roy is Not a Dog. And again, Esme's work, I mentioned right from the beginning, is sort of a, feels like it's out of this weird fantasy forest. Everything's got this like, I don't know, it's wild growth throughout. And so I'm excited to have them on. We also, of course, if you want to, I need to upload a bunch of stuff to YouTube. We've been hopping and skipping around the country. And so I will upload some stuff to YouTube, hopefully this weekend. You're on the Instagram, hopefully right now. And then you can ask us anything as we go throughout the session. And then one last thing I'm going to mention is we originally didn't have someone scheduled for the day before Halloween. However, let me flip this camera here. However, we have a special guest. Luke Flowers is going to be joining us for that night. And so we're going to have a little fun. Let's put it that way. I don't know why I did this, but we're going to have a little fun. So I'm going to put in the comments here, ask us anything. And so if there's any questions, please throw them in the comments, and we will try to get to them the best we can. And otherwise, I'm going to let in our lovely guest. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello. How are
Hi.
you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You're in upstate New York, right?
Yeah, I'm in the Catskills.
Ooh.
This like automatically blurred my background. I feel
Really?
very
Do you have
fancy.
I don't think it blurred mine. um, well, first of all, let me say thank you for joining us. We've been big fans of yours for a long time. Like I said, I got introduced to your work ages ago with the, I don't even know how to say it, the how do you, Oko? Is that right?
Uko.
Uko. There
Yes.
we go. Okay. And then the Pickle Toad book, we sort of got introduced via those, but then I found out that you also went to RISD back in the day.
I did. Did you too?
I did, but I graduated 10 years, I graduated in 2000, so we didn't overlap of any sort.
Okay.
But did you go to the illustration program, or were you?
I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's probably some stories that we can connect on of some sort. Were you there after they redid the building?
No, I was the last class to have the old building.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the falling apart building. So anyways, we're very excited to have you on tonight. We're, like I said, we're huge fans. I mentioned during sort of the intro, I don't know if you listened to that, but after reading this Carol and the Pickle Toad, I got really fascinated. I brought this into a kidlit class that I was teaching, and I started talking about the sort of proportions of those pants.
Oh yeah.
And I got really obsessed with like wide leg pants on characters for a long time because of that in particular, and the stripes that were on them, and so that book in particular is sort of fallen to my heart of sorts, and so I'm very happy to have a chance to sit down and chat with you for a few hours tonight. But for those that don't know you, can you give us a little sneak peek background history?
Background history. Okay, so I grew up in Los Angeles in this little area called Laurel Canyon,
Okay.
which is kind of smack between Hollywood and the Valley. And it was a very enchanting place to grow up. It had a very magical quality to it. Like Houdini's mansion was down the road. And
Okay.
when I was a kid in the 90s, it was fully open, and we would just be able to walk around the caves. And it had kind of like an old Hollywood magical quality to it.
Yeah.
It's where people used to have little hunting lodges in the 20s. And it kind of had this feeling like everywhere you walked, the flowers would kind of perk up around you. Um, and that growing up there is very, very integral to my work because there was something about it that felt like time traveling. It just felt like I was in my own little world.
Was
Um,
was Laurel Canyon, because like imagining Hollywood and then the Valley, was Laurel Canyon sort of a, excuse this terminology, but like the flyover city, like drive-through city that people would go to the Valley, and like what kept it so beautiful in your eyes in a way? Because I think of like the Valley as, Valley Girl like era, and then Hollywood is Hollywood, and then you have this little like spot in the middle in between. How did
yeah, it's like a little town. It's little hills and with dry brush and cacti, and so it's kind of got it's got nooks and crannies. You know, Hollywood is very flat. You're kind of like
Yep.
driving down Hollywood, and then all of a sudden you hit Laurel Canyon. You're
Oh, cool. Okay.
like to get to our house, it felt like you were spinning in
It's
circles,
like a hidden
basically.
oasis of sorts in the middle of.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Okay.
So it was very special. Also, my family's from Canada, so we spent a lot of time in Ontario. And I would go up there every summer and go camping. And that's where my love of nature started. And in high school, I went to an arts high school,
Okay.
where I met all of my best friends who I'm still very close with today. Like, it was incredibly inspiring to meet all these kids when we were like 14, and we all kind of raised each other,
Yeah.
and we took care of each other, and that's where I really started to paint. And then one day I just decided I was like, I'm gonna be a children's book illustrator. It's very specific about like what I wanted to do.
Wait, how
And
old? How old? How old were you at the time when you decided that? Then.
I would have been 16.
Wow. Okay, that's
Yes.
decisive.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very focused when something inspires me, I just kind of hone in on it. It's my
Yeah.
superpower. Um, and yeah, so then all my decisions after that were about making kids books. I went to RISD, which has a great illustration program. Did you have Judy Sue?
I did. Judy Sue and what was her name? Oh no, she's at Little Brown now. Um, I can't think of her name. Who was the writing side of that? I forget what it was called. The picture book class. There was
Picture and Word.
Picture and Word, yes. And there were two teachers, and one was Judy Sue for the art side, and the other one was the editor or a junior editor or something of the sort at Little Brown, and now is like the main editor there.
Oh, wow. No, I heard about that era of Picture and Word, but I think I was post when she was there.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, so to finish my really my wordy answer, now I make kids books and I it's the best job in the world. And
Yep.
I would say my work kind of is you falling into a looking glass of sorts into this psychedelic forest, and there's a emphasis on empathy and humor and
I can see
pickles.
it. I can see it. And there, like I said, there's something uh, even with some of the stuff that's like takes place in a city or takes place in environments that are not necessarily like nature prone. There's still this like magical nature element that shows up in some of the choices of design, shapes, and colors and things of the sort. And so it's like I said, it's all so lovely, and I am humbled to be sitting here.
Aww. Well,
Um,
thank you for having me. This is so
yeah.
exciting. I've never done anything like this before.
Oh, okay. So you're in for a treat. It's I hope it's not punishment, but it's a conversation. It's meant to be just us chatting, talking about things, talking about career, talking about life, etc. If the conversation goes any direction that you don't want, just steer it wherever you I do ask some weird like philosophical questions sometimes where people go, that's a tough one to answer. Nothing, I don't think that's too deep, but just sort of I like to philosophize and whatnot as we go along. But then what I do need to do for the evening is my wife watches upstairs and she takes copious notes as we go along, and the two things that we need to know before we get started is what are we working with, so materials, and if there's brands or if you're doing digital, what, are there brush packs or things that you like to use? And then also, what are you actually working on?
Okay, so wow. Okay, so I learned about gouache in at RISD first year. I did not want to use it when I first went there. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
gouache, what is that?
Yep.
And then our professor had us get this specific brand, which is Winsor and Newton
Yep.
gouache. And I didn't realize it, but that was the door opening to the rest of my life because I just fell in love with the material. What I love about gouache is that it's water soluble. I'm a very like when I'm in it and I'm inspired, I'm a mess. So I used to do oil and acrylic. I would get it
Yeah.
all over everything,
Okay.
and then I would get on my feet, and then I would track it through the house, and I'm a mess. So I'm very grateful for how clean upable gouache
Yeah.
is.
Your
Um,
brushes probably thank you too, because they're not all crusty and like, yeah.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And yeah, so I use gouache. I use Winsor & Newton for uh, most of my work, although I use the acrylic gouache, Acryl, I think it's called,
Yep.
for
Yep.
any neon pigments.
Okay.
I really like, they have this neon orange, and I am obsessed with it. And I will just throw that into any color that's pink or orange because it just adds this really subtle glow to the
Yeah.
colors. Yeah, so then, and then because it gouache is expensive, I started leaning into, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but the
Oh.
Kirtake.
Yep. Yep.
Um, Here's
Shirataki wool.
one set that is just like I said, I'm a mess. It's
Yeah.
just
How do you know what colors are in that kit? Is it?
I
Yeah.
don't know. I just this is the mysterious thing about what I do is I get into my zone and this is my other one also
And
completely.
it looks well loved. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. But then I was just in Italy and I destroyed the cover of this one too. Caran de Ash. I have no idea.
Oh, Karen Dosh.
Okay, there
Yep.
you go.
Colored on. Yeah.
I loved this set.
Yeah.
It's a gouache, and yeah, as you can see, this is well loved as well. No watercolor set is safe. I'm definitely not one of those illustrators who's like, and this is where my brushes are,
Yeah.
and this
Yeah.
is where
Yeah.
my paints are.
Oh, I don't dare turn the camera in my studio. It stays, there's like a distinct, like, this is a clean space and that's a clean space behind me. Everything
So
else is an absolute mess. When you mentioned the Winsor Newton, I didn't even factor it in that they don't have neon colors
yeah,
in like
I
classic. Yeah, that's odd. Like, I would think that at this point they would try to introduce that, but maybe there's some reason why they can't in sort of gum Arabic based gouache. But I have similar, like, all sorts of neons, and the sometimes I use this Liquitex, which is probably about the same. This is a
oh
neon
yeah,
fluorescent orange, and
that's a
it
great one.
doesn't do it justice on screen, but that you just can't get in other colors or other brands and things of the sort. What do you use for a surface? Are you on board,
Um,
watercolor, paper? What's the
I am really, if I can afford it, I'll do like the 100% cotton,
okay?
like printmaking paper. That's
Yep,
my favorite.
like Reeves or something like that.
Yeah, that is when I work on that, I'm like, oh wow, this is so because it just absorbs the color so
Yeah,
beautifully.
yeah.
I when I was in Italy, I got really excited, and this is the paper I'm gonna paint on tonight. Have you ever heard of this company? Kinkade Papers.
No.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful cotton paper that I've started using.
Huh.
It's got a nice quality, but then, for my books, which are uh, always on a bigger surface, like I'll just go and get a big pad like this,
Yep.
and does the trick. It's nice.
Good. No, I'm glad. Like, it's always interesting to hear the sort of brand choice. Like, I loved Winsor Newton when I was painting with regular gouache versus the acrylic stuff. And there were a couple other, like, certain colors and other brands that I would go get to hunt down, but it was always sort of basically that Winsor Newton. And then switching to acrylic gouache at one point, like, now it's Holbein because their color range is so different than
Yes.
everybody else. But it's interesting too to hear that, like, you must have been right at that cusp. Like, when I was in school, acrylic was sort of the mainstay for a lot of people. There wasn't a lot of gouache use, and there wasn't acrylic gouache, I don't think, at that point. Like, they hadn't introduced that, and so you must have been right at that point where gouache sort of transitioned into a popular medium.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know if I had the same freshman teacher, but I did not like gouache when I was in school because the way they taught us was very, like, precise. And, like,
Totally.
yeah, it was not
Totally.
meant to be playful of sorts. Like,
Yeah.
so there was a
Yeah.
precision to it, but it once I graduated, then it's like, why do I have to live by those rules? And so, like, now it's fine. I love it. So
Yeah, it's good. It's interesting you say that. I think I really don't respond to a paint by numbers
yes,
teaching method, which is kind of what they were trying to have us do that first year, which is they're trying to discipline us and get us like in this like super design
did
mindset
they give you
and
the cabbage assignment where you had to slice a cabbage in half and, like, draw out
no.
all the shapes, and then you had to paint the colors in between to,
Wait,
like,
that sounds incredible.
it was, I mean, it's a real technical, like, show of skill if you can do it. And there
Yeah.
was not supposed to be brush strokes and whatnot, but that was the, like, at that point, it's like, why do I want to do that for a career? That's not my interest. But I'm sure we'll gossip about school and whatnot. But do you know what you're making tonight? What the image is?
Well, I am going to be exploring different versions of cottages, like cozy
Okay.
hillside cottages for this book that I'm working on. And it's really interesting because I've been kind of stumped with what I want her house to look like. So I thought this might be a good opportunity to just free paint and just see what comes up.
Is this for a book that you're working on? That the idea of
Yes.
like, okay, so you're gonna nail down what the cottage looks like for the
Yeah.
hopefully we'll cross our fingers.
I mean, honestly, I just want to play with colors and shapes, and I if I don't if it doesn't if I don't come up with the cottage today, c'est la vie.
Yep. Yep. Totally. I get it. I get it. You got to find those like if it there are books that I work on where it's that same thing where it's like it takes a while, and once it hits, you're like, oh, it's the obvious choice. Why
Right.
didn't I think of this before? But you got to get through some of the improper architecture. Let's put it that way
Yeah.
before you get to it. So why don't we switch to our downshoots? I know you have a hard out, I believe, a couple hours in. So around then, just give me a holler, and I can help send off in a lovely manner. We can switch back to our faces and show the wear and tear of making artwork.
The tears.
Yes, the tear. Just totally. My mascara is going to just run and run as we go along. But I'm excited to sort of watch you work. And again, if there's questions or anything that anybody has, put them in the comments. And if there's any questions or like I said, the conversation you want to talk about anything specific, I'm game. I'm an open book. And so let's switch to our downshoots. And I have a feed up that runs about 15 seconds behind. That's just the way the internet works. But I can watch what you're doing.
Wow.
From
Cool.
there. So it's just an iPad sitting over here that's watching the feed. So if you look at who's watching, there's one called Mark Hoffman's biggest fan. That's me. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. But okay, so let's switch to these shoots and we can chat. And one of the first questions I want to get into is just sort of talking again that history aspect. I know it's a pretty standard question across the board for folks, but that idea of sort of the spark of art and how it came to be. And so, do you have like, are your parents artists, or did you grow up in an environment where art was a really like big thing, or is that something that just sort of you stumbled upon at some point? Uh-oh. Did we lose audio? Oh, Esme, I see a circle here, which means that Esme's feed may be a little funky. So Esme, if you hear me, maybe what I'll do is I will see if I can let you back in if you want to try dropping out for a second, and I can try letting you back in. It looks like my feed is still... What? No, but it's a circle on... I'm talking to my wife upstairs. It's got the circle of death on that feed coming in on my phone. So let me see. I'm going to keep checking. Oh, there we go. Let's see if this works. I'm trying to accept Esme's ask to get in. Maybe I will try sending it instead. And hopefully that will take. What's going on there? I wonder if it's because it's already on that it's still... I don't want to like stop that feed. I don't even know if I can do that. There must be a way to do that, but because I don't want it to like lock someone out. I'll give it a second here. Okay, unable to join. Let me try this again. Yeah, Esme, if you're still on, if you could... Oh, there we go. It looks like it finally did that. Okay, let me try this again. So, for whatever reason, The internet is being funky. Because it's still showing the feed on my end. Let's, how can I do this? There's got to be a way to do this without, because right now you can all see me and my hands, right? I believe so. Okay, view request. Let's see, maybe that'll do it. Cross our fingers, cross our fingers. For some reason, oh, there we go.
Oh, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see, it looks like maybe your ceiling.
A
There we go.
ceiling.
I can see the desk.
Oh
Okay.
no. Okay, I'm so sorry. I kept trying to get I kept trying to get back in and it wouldn't let me, but I think we're good now.
Okay, yeah, it was sometimes it's people have issues with like power dropping, and then all of a sudden it was still registering on my end that you were in, so I couldn't actually send you an invite for whatever reason. But okay, where did we leave off? I think I was asking, if I remember correctly, I was asking about sort of the history of art making, and you have a family that was big into art. Are you, like, what was your childhood like when it comes to art and making? Was that something that was like really encouraged?
Oh yeah. So my dad is a filmmaker.
Okay.
My mom was originally a filmmaker too, but now she's a sculptor. So in
So
my
yes.
house, yeah.
Yeah.
In my house, it would have been really weird if I was like, "Oh, you know what? I think I'm a lawyer." Um, Everyone would have been scared.
Yeah, they would have been very disappointed. Like, that's a polar opposite of most artists in the sense of like, we want you to go to art school, and you're like, gross, I don't want to.
No, I mean, and the irony is that my mom actually was my art teacher.
Oh, really? Okay. Was that
Um,
good or bad?
it was amazing.
I just having your mom or your parent be your teacher sometimes can be a little not what everybody wants. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, for me, my mom is my best friend.
Okay. Okay.
I
Good.
actually started I started a greeting card business with her recently. Like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, because she's just always been my collaborator.
Is she someone that like with the business? Are you both making art, or is it sort of like, what do you mean by you collaborate or you started a business with her? Like, what's the responsibility?
So I make all the paintings, and I put them into I put them in drop them into Photoshop,
Yep.
and I basically just get every image ready, and she would do all the fulfillment. She did like all of the online talking back and forth with customers, doing
Yeah.
wholesale stuff, like stuff that I could do, but I'm not. My brain isn't totally wired that way, and
Okay.
getting older is realizing that you know not everything. You don't have to be good at everything.
Yes. Can I'm gonna stop you 1 second real quick. Is there a way to flip your phone upside down so that the top is at the bottom and the bottom's at the top? Like what is that, a 180? Because right
Like
now your
this?
stuff is upside down on screen.
Like this?
Let me see. Wait, where do your hands come in? Show me your hands. Yes. Yes, perfect.
Is that good?
Yeah. It was just everything was upside down on screen, and so just to make it so it's a little bit less
I'm
confusing.
upside down in general.
Yeah. So, the idea of both your parents being artists, was there, this is going to be probably a loaded question, but was there a pressure to go into the arts? with that, or did you feel pressure, like not necessarily to go into, but the idea of like setting yourself apart from them in some way?
Um, that is such an interesting question. Was there pressure? Um, you know, what's that saying about that goldfish and swimming in water, and it's just the water that the goldfish is swimming in? I can't totally remember.
Oh, I don't even know. The only thing I
Uh,
can think of is that they don't have long memories. That's which I don't know if
I
that's what you're getting at, but
it's like I don't know. Art was just the water I swam in my whole life.
okay.
So I don't know where it starts and I begin. So
Hmm.
maybe that is a pressure. I don't know.
Well, it's when I was in school, there were lots of students that had like families that were artists, and
hmm
I always worried about that idea of, um, did they have to live up to some legacy, or or was there pressure of their parents being in a different field of art that it's like, oh, my parent is a printmaker, and so I want to go into film, and am I letting them down that I'm not continuing printmaking, or that that's not of interest? And so it's always been this like
Mm.
partially because my parents were not necessarily artists proper, and so I never grew up with that like um, that thought in
What
my
did your
head.
parents do?
Business.
They were business
Yes,
guys. So
yes,
they
they
were
were.
probably like, don't do it.
Yes, yes, they had conversation. They had to be tricked into it by a high school art teacher explaining that
Oh,
like it's not dangerous to go to art school. Um,
yeah. I mean, I think, you know, I knew that I didn't want to go into film because I watched how hard that business
yeah,
was
yeah.
on my dad, and just
Yeah.
like, it's not a regular paying job. Um and
So you chose illustration for
yeah,
regular pay?
well, look, at least I can control like how
Yeah.
my office hours. Like
Okay.
when you're in the film business, you have a whole crew that relies
Yes.
on
Yeah, yeah.
you.
Okay.
And I just wanted to be able to sit down with my paints and work whenever I wanted,
Yeah. That makes
you know.
as the idea of like I don't know if there's any art that's out there that's like, well, maybe some design stuff or like studio based things where there's consistency, but like the
Yeah.
irregularity of art is challenging across the board. Let's put it that way. Um,
Yeah, that doesn't there's hard times and times where like, like there's not a lot of work, but I'm very used to that way of living because it's how I grew up. And ironically, my husband is a filmmaker.
yep.
So,
Yep.
back in that world again.
And now you brought him into the kidlit world with the Roy is not a dog, right? You got him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You suckered him in. That's so, when did you actually graduate? Like, what year did you walk out into the field proper?
I graduated in 2014.
2014. Okay, okay. So
hmm
it's one of those ones where I'm like, I always like to sort of understand what the market was like, and like people who walk out of school in the pandemic, obviously they're going to have a much different experience than those of us who stepped into it before, or
Oh,
people now
absolutely.
of some sort. Um, was it like, I mean, you said at 16 you knew,
Yes.
you were like, you had it locked in, you knew exactly where you were going, but um, was there ever a moment of doubt or like question, especially with going to a school that, you know, experimentation and play and all those kinds of things were available to you? You could really try almost anything when you were there. Um, was there ever this moment where you go like, oh, illustration is maybe not the thing, or kidlit is not the thing?
Absolutely. I mentioned a little bit before that I worked a lot with oils.
Okay.
Um, and I still have an oil practice in my studio. I kind of keep it private because it's just something that is very meditative and special for me. And so I did consider, maybe I just want to go into painting. Part of the reason why I didn't go into painting at RISD is because they were, I don't know if it's still like this, but it was very experimental at the time.
Yes.
You take an oil class and then you would end up like filming yourself eating an egg
Hmm. Hmm.
for, and I,
That's a lot of painting programs just around the country are in that same boat. The like postmodern, like conceptual art versus the like technique driven painting programs.
right. Yeah, and I think that I really was conscious of the fact that I wanted a very technical education. Like I
Yeah.
wanted to really learn how to use the paints. I wanted a really difficult gouache class. Like that cabbage exercise actually sounds amazing to me. Um, because I knew that if I didn't have that structure, I would never do it on my own.
Okay. Yeah, you need someone to sort of like steer the bus a little in some way, or like show you some openings to
Yeah.
make your decision like valid of some sort. It's interesting to hear the like um, that sort of experience and the time frame that it's in, especially with like um, the painting program. And it's not unheard of from what I've talked to lots of people who have gone to not only RISD but just other schools of um, the experimentation and the play can sometimes get in the way of the practical, or the desire for career that is commercial or things of the sort. And
Mhm.
so um, illustration ending up being the thing totally makes sense. Was there a mentor of yours when you were there, like someone that you really latched onto and said, oh, this is the person that gets me?
Yeah, so I had I can't remember what year I had her, which is so crazy. Um, do you know the illustrator Ellen Weinstein?
I know the name, but I can't place the artwork.
She is incredible. She's an amazing illustrator and author too, because she makes books as well. She taught a portfolio class when I was at RISD,
Mm.
and she immediately got my work. I think some teachers it was kind of confusing for them to have me because I wasn't always the easiest student in the class.
Uh-oh.
Um,
What
and
were
just
you?
because I always kind of did my own thing.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and I think in a lot of illustration classes everyone was like, "Well, why does that baby have a babushka on his head?" And I would be like, "I just wanted to put a babushka on his
Yep.
head."
Yep. You're.
And in
Oh,
an illustration class, that wasn't always welcome. Like you had to have a reason
yeah. You
why.
were you were being the punk. You were the rebellious one of the group. That I don't play by your rules, man.
I actually, yes, which is
Yeah.
so funny because it's not my personality in my daily life now, but uh
But I think I do think that environment, even though there is that like I'm teaching now for a long time in sort of an art college, and I understand that there is that moment of you just have to let someone go and be free uh, aesthetically and make choices, even if they're like against the grain, because that's where stuff gets weird. That's where the stuff like starts to have its own voice of some
Mhm.
sort. And like putting a babushka on a little baby, like maybe weird to someone who doesn't get it, but then there's going to be an art director out there that goes, "That's genius. How come
Yes.
I've never done that before?" Uh, and
Exactly. And Ellen, saw my work and just was like, let me be myself and encouraged me to be myself. And I actually started working on Uko in Picture and Word, which
Mm,
is my first book. Um, and I finished it in a work study with Ellen. And
cool.
and Ellen kind of brought it to life and made it possible for me to go out after school with it.
Did with that idea of that book being tied to school, now that you look back at it, there's always one of the questions that I have for students, or when I'm teaching the idea of like putting together a portfolio, is oftentimes your portfolio when you exit school can look like assignments. They can look,
Uh-huh.
you're working from some pre-described thing, which is not unheard of for illustration because we all get briefs that we have to work from periodically and
Right.
whatnot. But does that book in particular feel different than the others because of the experience of building it and sort of making it while you were in school of some sort?
Oh yeah, like I had so many different versions of Uko. Um, and the original character studies that I did
Yeah.
of him were so unhinged. He had no
Don't tell.
eyebrows, no nose, no mouth, just a set of eyes.
Did he have a babushka on? Did he have a?
Honestly, he didn't, but that was the
Yeah.
vibe.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
he would have a babushka if he could.
Yep.
Um, but I think what's really interesting is looking back, and I'm sure you feel this way too, looking back at different books that I've done at different times and just seeing how my influences have changed.
Yeah.
And just how I have just more experience now in what looks better on a page than I did at for Uko. And um, I have I worked on this past year. I worked on the sequel or the companion book to Uko, which is about Ruthie. And so I kind of had to go back into that time and remember, what kind of illustrations I was looking at and what paintings I was looking at the time that inspired me. And so it was this interesting kind of time traveling moment of going back in time.
Well, let me ask you a little bit about that. Sort of the idea of evolution in your artwork. Like obviously, what you're doing now and what you were doing then are probably different. Now, obviously, like going back and looking at what you did previously, you can probably jump back into those shoes of some sort or have an understanding of like what you were trying to achieve or things of the sort. But thinking about sort of the evolution of your artwork over time, do you think that it's evolved um, in a like organic manner, or do you think that like the equivalent of so right now I'm teaching a class that's about style, although I hate that word, but that's the way for people to understand it. But that idea of like the influences around you sometimes just naturally creep into your work, but they also sometimes can be forced into your work. You can like pick and choose, oh, I'm going to try to introduce this new aesthetic or this new approach or whatever it may be. And I'm wondering, like, with your evolution from when you graduated to the books that you make now, was that something that you sort of consciously decided, or was that something that sort of came to be just because you happened to decide to use a new material or new approach? Like how conscious of a decision, I guess, is the best way to put it.
How conscious of a decision is like the style?
Yeah, yeah.
Not conscious at all.
Okay.
I basically what I do is I just follow my nose and I see what inspires me. And
Okay.
this can be anything from a paper ticket at a theater. I actually saw a truck yesterday that had the most beautiful imagery. I guess they move old cars, and that it just had these old these old pictures of cars surrounded by beautiful floral designs. And I was like, I see that and I'm like, I like that. And I'm not even sure what it is that I like about it, but it
Yeah.
just it gives me that feeling like that's kind of indescribable. It's like a ding goes off in my heart or something. And then I kind of just put these all away, these experiences all away into my heart, and then when I go to work, they they're the influences are there, and the feelings that I got from these things that inspired me are there, but I'm not really thinking about them consciously.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to follow what interests me and what because I think if there was a lot of that at RISD of like what's your style, and I always thought, oh, I hope I never fall into that trap because that means that I'm not thinking with my heart and I'm
Yep.
not
Yep.
following my heart. I'm just following what I think would look good, and I think that that is you can tell when a book is coming from a place of curiosity and heart.
Do you ever like I absolutely agree with the statement, especially the like you can tell part of it, but I also know that I look back at my older work and go, oh, I didn't like, not to say that I dislike the work, but I have such a different viewpoint now
Yeah.
about work, and a different aesthetic or different rationale for why I make what I make, that I look back at it and I almost think like, oh, I wasn't using my heart, but I have a feeling I was at the time. Uh,
Uh-huh.
but my heart has evolved. My heart has grown. Whatever that
Yeah.
the Grinch has grown however many times. I don't remember what the quote is, but um, just that idea of like the evolution of an artist, I always think is sort of a interesting thing. Like, was your when you were working in college, obviously, like that book was, the aesthetic that you had, I'm assuming more towards the end of your time there. But
Hmm.
what was your style, your approach, your voice, whatever you want to call it, wildly different a year prior or a couple years prior, or like has it always been this kind of magical world, uh, you know, uh, flora and cottages and whatnot from the beginning?
I would say that there's a steady there's a steady theme that kind of rocks through it all. Yeah, of the flora and fauna, but before I got into painting, I was doing a lot of line drawings, like a lot.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite ways to work. I just had a micron pen, and I would just use that and kind of draw. I drew a lot of like old men with tiny shoes and like
Yeah.
maybe a muffin wearing a hat. And I think I just what happened for me is that I just got into painting, and then my work kind of took on a different quality of it was also about value and color theory, and that's when I think that it kind of exploded more into the natural realm because that's what inspired me.
I let the mention of the weird stuff in a sketchbook just brings back all these memories. I didn't keep it when I was in school, but just the nonsense
Yeah, the
that was in
nonsense.
there, and like or the things where like you had to be there kind of jokes.
Yeah.
Uh, at that moment, it was the funniest thing in the world or the cutest thing in the world, and you look back at it now and go, "Oh, as an
Eh?
adult, like I didn't know what I was doing, or I would have to explain this to someone 10 times over before they get it. Um, was there like the idea of like old men with tiny shoes or tiny feet? Um, that there was an era where I definitely had that, like little pointy shoes were the way to go for all of my artwork, and now it's like I don't want pointy shoes. I want round toes. Um, it changes.
Oh my
Um,
God, that's actually so funny you say that because for this book that I'm working on right now, one of the characters, I was doing some character studies for a long time, and then I just was like, nothing's right. And then I gave him, they were all pointy shoes, and
mhm.
then all of a sudden I just did like a rounded clog,
That's it. It's a
and then
clog.
he
Yeah,
appeared.
yeah. No, that's the same thing. I saw an image of a clog, like an old like Dutch shoe or something like that, and it got me. And I was like,
Yeah.
I love a clog. I wouldn't wear one myself. It's not my aesthetic as a shoe choice, but it was a clog that got me as well. Now it's like I
Wow.
don't want pointy things. I want the old world, like old European approach kind of is my go-to. Um, that's funny. That's the sort of the same type that got us both. With with jumping into this kidlit world, I know you mentioned the idea of like you're doing greeting cards and things with your mother, but the that idea of diversity in your portfolio when you walked out versus, and I'm sort of hitting that idea of the start of the career versus and so for a lot of us that's walking out of school and you're trying to get going, but for those that it may be later in life, but that idea of tackling different types of work and offers for jobs, did you immediately just like you were all in on kidlit and that was it, or was there other things that sort of fell into your lap along the way that you tackled that maybe aren't shown in your portfolio
Oh,
today?
such a good question. Well, I have always painted murals. Like when I was a kid, I painted my bedroom. I had this giant lady's face like above my head growing up, and it's something that I've always done, and I don't really have it anywhere on my website or maybe I do, but I that is definitely something that I did right after school. Uh, and I did a few gigs, but mostly just painted my friends' houses or,
Hmm.
it's something I just really enjoyed. And then also, I did some editorial, work. I did way more editorial work when I first started out.
Yeah.
Um, and that slowed down a lot, even though I do love working for I do love working for magazines, but it's something that kind of slowed down. But at the beginning, I really thought it was going to be more integral.
Yeah, the mainstay for you of some sort. Uh,
Yeah.
it's it's one of those like when I hear someone has that inkling early on, like I know what I want to do, and it's kidlit or whatever. Uh,
Uh-huh.
there's so many people that that makes sense to, but then there's also the other side where people are going, I have no idea. I'm adrift, and
Yeah.
hopefully someday it will all ring true or something will happen that makes sense. But I also think that the realization that your career is going to take on a variety of different tasks, and it will, you never know exactly what's going to fall into your lap on any given day. It's
Yeah.
so true for so many of us. Um, with the idea of sort of starting out, and you got this, you know, original book comes out, you get it finally in your lap. They send you a artist copy or a proof or something of the sort. Um, Give me a little sense of what went through your head in that moment. Was it
Uh
joy? Was it fear?
it was so I'm sure you had this too, or I'm sure that other people know what I'm talking about, but it was it was just completely surreal. I could not believe that it was happening because it was just such a big dream for so long. And I really had this thought because there's a point right after school where, I was working a nannying job and I was running my Etsy and trying to make rent. And, I just had so much going on and it felt impossible. It felt like I was never going to get in. That once I held Uko in my hands for the first time, I remember just kind of like being completely in shock. And I remember um, my husband, who was my boyfriend at the time, was like, "When are you gonna start to feel like this is more real?" And then he kind of started going around the house with the book, being like, "Will it feel more real if you just see it randomly on a bookshelf?
Yeah.
With like just
Hiding it
sitting by
underneath the junk
itself."
mail. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I remember laughing because I was like, yeah, it's weird. I think it does seem more real when I just see it on the kitchen table and I'm not thinking about it or but I think I was in a big state of shock for a long time and I didn't really uh it didn't really hit me that it was real until I went to my first reading and I
Uh,
was actually working with the kids because that's really where my heart is, being able
yeah.
to
To see the true end user of sort.
exactly.
That's a real gross way to say it, end user, but
End
uh,
user, interesting.
sounds very like your term. Um, the input has arrived at its source date. Whatever. It sounds gross. Um, but no, I understand. I get the like that moment when you see a kid actually get excited, or um, it feels real, or not like some sort of figment of an imagination. I don't. Do you have kids at all?
I don't, but I live in a house with my best friend and her partner, and they have a baby,
Okay.
and I'm very close with them, and also I'm very
The-
close with my nephew Lyle, who he lives so far away in Victoria, but I have little kids in my life that I love being a part of their
the,
lives.
I should have prefaced this that it's not a judgment call of like you have little kids in your life, but more so just that idea of when we first had our son, it wasn't real to me until he was there in my arms. Like
Yeah.
it was an idea of a person, not a real person until
Mhm.
physically I was holding him. And it's the same thing with that book. Like I don't know if you have the same thing with editorial. Like when you get a PDF saying here's an image of what it looks like, that's fine. But getting an actual book in your hand and going, oh, someone actually printed this thing, and it's got weight, and it's physical all of a sudden, has that same sort of like my thought has become a tangible object.
Yeah.
Such a weird sentiment and experience for a lot of folks.
Yeah,
um,
is that how you felt too for your first book?
I think I did. I think I've lost that magic since.
Uh-huh.
I think now it's become more of a job that I understand. Like, oh, this is just the way it works. And so you get a F and G's, or you get the ARC, or things of that sort, and it's like, oh, I got another one of those. Okay, I got to look at it and look for mistakes. And
Yeah.
so some of the pizzazz has maybe worn off. It's not as shiny of a coat that I'm
Mhm.
looking, but it still has that excitement is still there in some capacity.
Mhm.
A physical copy in my hand at a given time. Um, do you get this is actually a weird question, but I mentioned like F and G's and ARCs. Do you still get those? Like
Uh-huh.
some people I've heard say they don't really get those, but some companies still do.
Oh, yeah, I still get them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Some people don't.
I don't know if it's just certain publishers or things that
Mhm.
have sort of shied away from it in general, but it's there's a production cost to it to put together some,
Right.
but um, it's always surprising to me because for the most part, I've gotten them from all the companies, but um,
Yeah.
I think there was only one that actually just sent me a PDF and said, "Hey, what do you think?" Which is like not the same. It just doesn't have the like, there's something nice about holding it and seeing the actual print that makes a big difference.
Yeah,
Um,
I hope that doesn't go away because
yeah, cross cross our fingers.
yeah.
Um, so tell me a little bit about. I know that you've written quite a few books, 6 if I remember correctly. Maybe 7 now, if I do the math.
I can't remember, which is crazy.
But was writing a thing when you were going to school? Was that something that you learned after? Like, how?
No, not at all. I am so like the only reason why I started writing was because I was very specific about what I wanted to draw, and I it kind of was this afterthought, but I wouldn't even consider myself a natural writer. I would say that I've always gravitated more towards poetry, or I've always felt more like a poet
Hmm.
than a writer. I mean, I guess it's the same thing, but I feel like I just that's what I'm most comfortable with. And actually a lot of my books start off as poems first, in my journal. Uh it's just kind of my natural way of being. And I think that poetry and kids books go together really well, you
Yeah,
know. I think about someone like Shel Silverstein who had a huge impact on me both as a creator and when I was a kid. Um I loved the nonsense books, you know. Um so it's
well,
definitely writing is not my comfort zone, but I feel so grateful for it and it challenges me all the time. And uh but yeah, I wouldn't like I never studied it really in school. I just kind of jump in and I try and be fearless.
I wonder with that idea of like poetry or starting out as a poem. Do the books start out? And forgive me because I probably write in a very different way, but the idea of, is it a full fleshed out story in poem form, or is it a little snippet that becomes a full story when you actually translate it into a narrative structure?
Well, I'm sure you have this too, where it's just each story kind of comes into the world so differently. Um, but I'll give you an example. Um, with Myself, Yourself,
Mm-hmm.
I actually wrote the big first 2 pages of that book in high school.
Whoa.
Um,
Okay.
I found an old poetry book that I had done in a wonderful class that I took called Art and Society. And that's one of those classes that really just broke open my brain. Like she introduced us to so many incredible poets and Proust and Leaves of Grass and anyways, I loved that class. But I found I this poem when I was going through my mom's closet, and it just started with, I have been with myself for a very long time. Myself is not yourself. The only self you have is coincidentally yourself. And then there was a line drawing of a woman with a beehive hairdo who had bees all over herself. And I found that poem and then I called my agent and I was like, "Wait, is this a book? Am I crazy? I think that there's something here."
Yeah.
But I wrote it when I was 17. Um
I'm glad it was
and
not that and not like Joe Jonas. You are my favorite guy. You in the sky. And
Yeah,
like
I mean, that would be a
could have
great start for a kid's book too.
could have been a totally different poem depending on sort of your childhood and what you were raised on.
Totally. I mean, I think you're onto something there. Maybe you should
Joe
develop
Jonas
that
book.
into a kid's book.
Hmm. I don't even know which one is Joe Jonas.
Me
Like, I
neither.
couldn't tell you at all. He's one of them. I know that much. Uh,
Yeah.
the I mean, it sounds like you grew up in a very like not only just a an artistic family, but an artistic environment that allowed you to explore and potentially be different. And I don't mean that in a like, oh, you're different. That's weird, but more so, just, there was no right or wrong, only sort of experimentation and room to grow of sorts,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is quite lovely, given, you know, especially in the environment that we're in now, where sometimes there's so much pressure to shy away from that because you got to fit in with the crowd, or
Right.
there's someone's worried about a job immediately and not like letting you explore and try new things. Uh,
Right.
is there now that we're sort of established in the arts of sorts, are you trying to dry the house
Yeah.
in the background? I'm like, what is that waving in the screen? And I looked up, realized what it was. I have a hair dryer here that I use, but I don't use it when we're doing this.
I know. I was
Doing these.
thinking that too. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I need my hair dryer.
If you want the hair dryer, we can take a second and you can blast it, and if that makes your life easier, I don't want you to feel like you have to wait forever to move.
No, it's okay. I don't mind. I don't.
Um, but I'm wondering about sort of like, now that you've established yourself, you've done lots of books, and you're world famous.
Oh,
Uh, do you still feel the need to experiment on a regular basis? Do you still feel the need to sort of like push to an uncomfortable boundary as far as like making, or do you feel like there is you sort of ooh, that's a bad term. I was gonna say that you sort of settled in, but that makes it sound like you which isn't not my intent when I started to answer or ask that question. Uh, but do you feel like you've sort of figured out enough that your experimentation is smaller or not as broad as it once was when you were like younger, or
oh, I absolutely am always trying to push myself. Every book, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about when I'm like, every book, you'll pitch it, and then a year or 2 or 3 years later, then you actually have to do it. And
mm-hmm.
then, oftentimes, I've maybe moved on in my head, and then I'm like, oh, I
Yeah,
gotta kind of go back to like what inspired me about it. And so I always try and find ways to challenge myself within the boundaries of the children's book. What my third book that I illustrated was Eliza, which was about Eliza Hamilton. And at that point, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually starting this career in kids' books. But
yeah.
that book in particular had to be heavily researched. I spent about 6 months going to the New York Public Library image section. That is a plug. The picture collection at the New York Public Library is unbelievable. I now know what, an 18th century American doorknob looks like. Uh, I just immersed myself in that world, and I really enjoyed looking at old American folk art, and it was just so different than Uko. I actually had to depict place, I had to depict history, and I really felt that weight of that.
Yeah.
And because these kids are going to be picking up this book and being like, oh, that's what it looked like, and really what I can do is do my best educated guess and pull from records, and so then what that experience taught me is that, you know every book that I take on I need to find some way in it to really challenge myself because that's actually what keeps me interested in what I'm doing.
Do you with sort of now that you've again not to say like that you've established yourself, no way are you ever going to change, but do you feel a pressure in a sense? This is the philosophical question right here.
Yeah.
Pressure in a sense to sort of maintain some aspect of what you do, visually or whatnot, like with publishers coming to you going, hey, we want you to work on this. Is there some sense of I need to make my work look or feel like my previous work because they are requesting it or because it's I don't know if that makes any sense in that idea of like, do you feel like you have to live up to something that you've done prior now?
I love this question. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of in this sweet spot of my career where I don't have a book that is like a major hit. Or something where it's like, you know, uh, where it just kind of just took off. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm very lucky in that people know my work and the people that support my work, I love them so much and it feels like a little family, you know? And uh so I don't think I'm at that point yet where, I've created something that just everyone's trying to get me to do again and again.
Yep. Yep.
I don't feel that pressure, which I know a lot of people do. Like a lot of people that make
Yeah.
books that maybe, like put a lot of bread on the table for them and
I
uh
talked to a author illustrator, a few weeks back, who shall remain nameless, um, who is sort of in that boat that they got to, five more books based on a book they already did. And
right.
like, oh, now I got to write five more, and there is a pressure or a challenge to that idea of something that potentially you didn't know had longevity now all of a sudden has to have longevity, or has to
Yeah.
um, that maintenance of or the continuation of idea.
I
Uh,
think that's like any kind of art form, right?
yeah,
You know, it's it's really easy to fall into these these patterns that we've set up for ourselves and I really feel for people who are in that position where they have, like they had a book that really, really took off and now they're twiddling their thumbs at their desk and they're not feeling inspired anymore by it and they're like, "Oh no, I have to do, like 15 more for this
yeah,
series."
yeah.
That seems really hard.
I mean maybe it's just our like, and it sounds like I'm in the same boat that you're sort of talking about. Maybe it's just the type of personality that I am or that um, shows up, but just that idea of uh, having to maintain does not feel exciting to me. Uh,
Yeah.
there's probably someone out there that's like, that's the best thing in the world because I don't have to like reinvent myself on a regular basis. Um, but it's a, I'm surprised that you say that you don't have a big hit because I feel like your books are notorious. Like I see them around all the time, and so
Aw.
I'm surprised that you don't think that they're like as big or whatnot.
I
Uh,
really appreciate that. I mean, maybe they are. I, I think I have a tendency to, um, a tendency maybe to like undercut myself or where I'm at. So I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
yeah, I just don't undersell the power as a illustrator and whatnot. That always, I'm not saying that like you can have doubts. That's fine. As an artist, everybody has those. But I want you to know that there are lots of folks that know your books and love your books and would very quickly say, "How dare you say that you're."
Well, I will say, like there's some people that really connect with the books because they're kids that were like who I was, and I was into random humor and um I always feel especially close to the people that are like Carol and the Pickle Toad is my favorite because that book in particular I just think has so much of like the odd sense of humor that I really, really loved as a kid and still love. I'm still a SpongeBob girl. Probably my biggest inspiration.
Yeah.
SpongeBob.
Was there a character in SpongeBob in particular that was your go-to?
Oh, I mean, I fully thought I was SpongeBob. I
Okay.
I
Okay.
I had a SpongeBob birthday party when I was in the third grade, and my mom turned our garage into an underwater world with seaweed growing out of the ceiling, and oh my God,
Man,
I was obsessed.
parties with artist parents must have been a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I those. I didn't get. I got spreadsheets for my birthday party. No, they weren't that kind of business, folks. But the no that's it's gonna sound weird, but it makes me feel old when you say that like you were watching SpongeBob when you were um, turning 3 and whatnot. I'm like, I remember getting out of college and hearing about SpongeBob, and like, oh man, this is exciting! I can't wait for this to come out. That honestly, SpongeBob was one of those moments where like I felt like this is the show for me because all of
Yeah.
I mentioned that idea of like the sketchbooks, the nonsense in the sketchbooks, and a
Yeah.
character named SpongeBob SquarePants is like right up my alley.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one of the reasons why I do like Carol and the Pickle Toad. Is like it just has this vibe to it that makes
Yeah.
sense to me. Um, and
Yeah, absolutely. And that is 100% how I felt too. When SpongeBob came out, it was a healing experience for me because I was like, oh, someone gets it.
yeah, someone understands that you don't have to be serious all the time, or that you know weirdness. I mean, essentially, SpongeBob is that in general, not just the title, but that idea of like the quirkiness is a okay in those.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um, I have to sit here and fan my artwork now too to try to get it right. I'm like, got to get it to finish. I uh, with sort of thinking about that, the idea of this is going to sound weird, but the idea of drawing artwork, and I'm not going to ask about drawing artwork, but just thinking about like the technical practice of making. We live in a world where digital has sort of become the thing for a lot of folks.
Hmm.
Yet, I get the sense, and I could be wrong because I didn't read the caliphon and all that stuff for every book that you've done, but that you still live in a semi-traditional application of
Yes.
materials and things of the sort. And I'm wondering, sort of, has there been temptation to shift to try to make digital happen for you? Is that something that um, you know is against your code of ethics?
Oh, no, it's not against my code of ethics at all. In fact, like I when I see people making beautiful work digitally, I'm so impressed. Because I feel like for me, what gets lost when I try and work digitally is I think a part of my spirit that doesn't show up
Mm,
in the work. Like I think there's something very magical and mysterious that happens when you're working with inks uh and you're painting that you just can't get uh in my opinion in the same way as easily. I worry about things getting lost that are indescribable if I switch over. However, I was at Milkwood a couple summers ago now, and I was with all of these illustrators that I loved, and they were all like, "Oh yeah, we use Procreate all the time." And I was like, "What's Procreate?" So, so I went home and I downloaded it because I was like, all of these amazing illustrators are using it, and
Yeah.
I'm interested in what's happening out there. I never want to be closed off to it, and I know so many people that work digitally that I think are very impressive and wonderful people, and their work is incredible. But I tried to use Procreate on this last book, and just for touch ups, because I never do the actual painting digitally ever, and I don't think I ever will. I think that that's just my journey, or
Yeah.
maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see. But and I just I didn't connect with it.
It
Um,
makes total. I'm like, there's, and I think it's depending on the person. Like for me, I don't know if this makes any sense to you, but I've said this on here probably too many times, but it lacks mistakes. It,
yeah,
it
totally.
Procreate, or if it's just digital work in general, for me, there's too much control, and
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't know
good
if
way to
there's
put it.
an easy solution to that. Like there's, if there was a little button that would say like, we're going to screw up your line every 5 times, then then I'd be like, yeah. Um,
Oh yeah, and then that naive feeling of just being like, I'm just gonna put this on the page, and then it's stuck there forever. Like
yep.
this line, this grass that I'm painting right now. Some are thicker than the others, and some are blobbier than the others. That's not something I could get any other way.
Yeah. Or it would take so much effort that it would take you years and years to get to that sort of, to the same finish level. But then there's other people who are like, oh, there's a quick button that you hit and it does all that for you. But then I go, well, that's not what I want. Like there's something about,
Yeah,
again, for every person, there's their own sort of little level of what they enjoy. But there's part of me that just says, I need to have less control. I need to have some challenge uh,
yeah,
that is confronting me in a weird way where I don't know how to address it, or I don't know what the answer is. And hopefully that, you know, my my love of material will somehow see me through. But have
yeah.
you, with using things for like digital touch up, using Procreate, that kind of stuff, um, do you still go into like Photoshop and tweak things, or is that,
Yes, I
wait,
do.
you're not one of those people that actually sends in their originals, are you?
No, I
Okay.
I honestly probably should, because my scanner is 10 years old, and my poor designer always has to like get little paint specks off of my paintings that I didn't catch, and like I said,
Mm.
I'm a mess. Um and but I don't know. Like I think it's really nice to just sit down at the end and be like, "Oh, that hand is missing a thumb." And I'll just like add a little thumb.
Yep.
I,
Yep.
I think that sometimes with picture books, and I'm curious if you feel this way too, sometimes with picture books, you have to think about the continuity. And sometimes Photoshop is the best way to, yeah, like fix a continuity issue.
Yep. Yep. No, tomorrow I think I'm sending off finals for a book. Uh, the I just wrapped up a couple days ago, and I'm at that point where it's like I'm going and checking, and one character was missing a cuff, like and so it's like, oh, I can just draw those little lines in, and I don't have to get my paints back out, and all that kind of business. Now there is the part of me that goes like, I wish that, and in fact, I probably will go take the originals and draw them in later, just so they truly.
Yeah.
But in the moment, it's just a quick little Photoshop touch up or a Procreate touch up or whatever it may be, and
Yeah.
um, but there is a desire, I think, on my part to make it speedy at the end, and touch up I don't see as a problem in my work. Creation I do, and I
Yeah.
same thing for you. Yeah, that idea of like sitting down and actively saying I'm going to make artwork with this program feels very strange or foreign compared to
Yes.
my practice.
Yeah, and I think there's something nice about having um like final paintings that you can put in a show, or someone can buy if they really feel connected to the book.
So wait, what do you do with your paintings then? Are they all
Um
in your studio there somewhere?
yeah, I'm actually right now I'm in my on my writing desk because it has better light than my
Okay.
studio does right now. Um but all my paintings are kind of just wrapped up. All my framed pieces are wrapped up because they've been in random art shows, or
Yep.
in town. I live in a small town, so um you know uh, everyone is so supportive of my work here, and sometimes we'll just be in a little show at a gallery, or sometimes people will buy them, like especially with Garden of Creatures. A lot of people who have experienced the loss of a loved one.
Yeah.
I get a lot of inquiries about that book in particular because um, there's just something about it that's it's a very sentimental book, and I feel the same way. So it's nice. Like some people who really want to invest in my work, that's an avenue they'll go down. Well, they'll be like, are there any pieces that from a book that are available?
Do you now do you separate the books like that? Like I had someone say to me at one point, and it doesn't make any sense now. I look back at it and I'm like, I don't think I'll ever get to this point. But someone said if you separate it, that there's going to be someone down the line when you're world famous or whatever that goes, I want to buy the entire book. So then I've never really put up any of the book work for sale of work.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
again, I also don't think I'm going to get to a point where someone's going to go, I want to buy the entire book.
well, you don't know. I mean, and it's funny you say that because an editor that I work with just told me that, and they were like, "You got to stop doing that because you got to keep the book together." Um, so I mean, if that's the case, then I gotta think about it. And I don't know. I try not to be too precious about my work, but it is it is interesting to think about the future and what will happen to all the paintings, and maybe someone will want to collect them, and that would be really cool.
I just saw on, or not saw, I just listened to NPR here, and they were talking about there's 30 Bob Ross paintings that are going up for sale
What?
in the coming month or two, or maybe it's throughout the year. There's 3 that are up for sale, I think at the end of this month, and then another 27 thereafter. And I, when they said the amount they're hoping to raise, with, I was like, oh, there's no way I could ever get one. But there was a moment there where I was like, man, it'd be cool to own a Bob Ross, and specifically one where you can watch the episode of him making it.
Well, they're making it.
It'd be
Oh,
so
wow.
cool. But
That would be amazing. I actually looked at a lot of Bob Ross videos when I was working on an oil painting a couple months ago because I was like, wait, how do I do oil again? And then and I mean I actually don't know what did he work with oil? I don't know. I
yeah,
think he did.
no, he was oil.
He was oil.
He would take that brush and he'd slap it against that easel, and after
Yeah.
time, that was that was his go-to. And I think you can still get like Bob Ross oils, like paints out there, which
Whoa.
I don't think his family sees any money from, which is really sad.
No. How can we help them? That's really sad.
I think it's something where like the company bought out, or somebody bought out the rights to it.
Oh,
Like,
oh no.
I mean, they may have
Yeah.
seen money at some point related to it, but not in the same way that you would hope.
Right.
But it's either that or a Thomas Kinkade. At some point, I'm getting one of those. No, I don't know if Thomas Kinkade is still making artwork, but I don't need a Thomas Kinkade. Hopefully, people out there know who that is and understand the joke. Um, with with the sort of the process of making in general, thinking about studio practice, thinking about time, thinking about scheduling and that kind of stuff. I imagine that you have, multiple books a year that you're sort of churning out, or that you have lots of things on your plate one way or the other. How do you manage time? How do you, like, are you someone that works nonstop every moment of the day?
Well,
Something right there.
sometimes I think I mentioned earlier that it's like I have this thing where if I'm focusing in on something, it the whole world kind of melts away. It's like my superpower.
Okay.
And it's also my ADHD. So, uh, being able to manage my time has been a really big challenge for me. Because I don't have, if I'm not interested in something, I will just shut off and it'll be so painful for me to get into a piece or a book or whatever if I don't if I'm not hooked in.
Yeah.
So, as I, am entering in my 10th year of doing this professionally, I've picked up a few tricks, and the big one that I use is a timer. And because when I first started, like I would get so into my work that I just like wouldn't move for 8 hours. Like I would just be at my desk, and then by the end, I'd be sideways and
Yeah. Yeah.
falling apart, and my hand would fall off and walk out the door, and I just, I was a mess. And then so I first started using my timer to be like, okay, every hour I will get up even if I'm really into a painting, which is very painful to walk away from a painting that
Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
really into, um, and I will just, I'll just have to stop, even if I'm just stopping for 15 minutes, and I'll do something like, like do my dishes or
Oh,
go
so
on a walk.
yeah, doing dishes for there's nothing that's going to drive me to get up out of my studio like doing.
Yeah, totally. But it does like
Yeah.
use a different part of your brain. So which is sometimes what I need. Like I need to like balance out my brain.
Yeah.
And so then what I do when I'm not interested in what I'm working on, or I can't get into it, is I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna set my timer for 2 minutes. And for just 2 minutes, I have to work on this piece.
Mm.
And then what usually happens is like I'm very competitive with myself, and then I'm like, okay, 2 minutes. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, I need more than 2 minutes. And then, all of a sudden it turns into like, I'm working for an hour. So
That's a, that's a good trick, especially for the like artist block
yes.
sort of thing. It's like giving yourself a short goal, and
Yeah.
good idea in that situation. Are you someone when you do like get into it? Do you find yourself like sort of oh no, I just got paint somewhere. I didn't want to get paint. Hold on a second. Do you find yourself getting to a point where you sort of realize it's like late in the evening, or it's
Oh
you
yeah.
track to the point where you don't even know what day it is? Kind
Yeah.
of situation?
Oh, definitely. And I try and avoid that feeling because it's so strange. But I, you just kind of get into your zone. Um, and then time melts away, which is part of the exciting part about what we do.
Unless you have a loved one who's over your shoulder going, "Hey, these dishes need to be done." Can you take that 15 minutes and stop and come do the dishes? Uh, the is your husband also an artist? He's a filmmaker. He's a filmmaker. That's right.
Yeah, he's a
The
documentarian.
is he
Um,
a RISD baby as well?
No, he's not. I met him in New York City after I graduated.
Ah,
Um, but yeah, he is a documentarian, so he also has crazy hours, and you know, he's also setting up his own hours. So he has he works in the attic, so I go to my studio, which is in the backyard, and I go in the attic, and we call it lovingly closing the door, which means when you're just going into your own world
yep.
and uh and just working. Um it's helpful to be with someone who understands that schedule
Yeah.
and that you're kind of having to come up with your own hours.
Understands that you are on duty at the weirdest times, and
Yeah.
that sometimes you lose sleep over things that you shouldn't. And like, my wife was also went to school for illustration and painting and whatnot, and totally gets the pain and understands the struggle.
Is she an illustrator as well?
She isn't anymore, but she used to work. We met at an animation studio.
Oh,
Got
wow.
out, did animation for a while, and so we met each other out there in the big bad world of illustration. Um,
Wow.
and so she gets it. She knows. She feels the pain. She's been through it at a different school than I went to, but
Yeah.
she still gets it. She understands. And I don't know if you have the same thing, but she also like is a good critiquer.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
sometimes too much. Sometimes
Oh, but it's so
like
important.
things, and I'm just like, oh, I didn't notice that, and you right through my charade of sorts. But she's a good person. She's a good person. She's upstairs listening right now, so I have to back up and be like, no, she's fabulous. She's wonderful. um, do you have like the Catskills is a lovely area. It is beautiful and whatnot, but is there a big artist community out there?
Absolutely. And there's a huge kidlit community out here actually. They do the Hudson Children's Book
Oh yeah.
Festival every year.
What was the
Have
one
you
that
been?
was in upper state New York?
Wait, sorry, you cut out. What did you say?
Oh, there was one that just happened that was in upstate New York.
Oh yeah, that's the Chappaqua.
Chappaqua.
The Chappaqua Festival. It's a great one.
That's right. Okay. Um, yeah, I know there's quite a few folks out there. There's quite a few folks, um, in the sort of closer to the city too, but not necessarily in the city. It's all exports from New York that they.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
it's really cool because New York is expensive, and if
What?
you want to have your
What?
own, I know, right? Shocker
Yeah.
of the
Don't
century.
lie on this. You're somehow crazy.
Um, yeah, so I just couldn't have a studio.
Mm.
And my mom actually moved to the Catskills while I was still at RISD, because she had heard about it and thought it was interesting and was at a point in her life where she was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna check this out," and then she fell in love with it.
Oh, that's cute.
And yeah, so I've been here. I moved upstate during the pandemic. Very classic. Um, but I have absolutely loved it. Like I've loved every second of being up here. It's so wonderful. You get incredible fresh produce. I go and pick up my meat from an actual farm stand, and there's
Oh,
baby goats that greet me.
don't
And
tell me that's the meat that you pick up those baby.
no,
Okay. Okay, good. I have a deep love of goats, so I don't want to hear that you are
no,
participating in that. Like there's big
no.
goats for a little bit, and then when I walk away, they're not as many. Um, the It's. I mean, it sounds lovely. I mean, I've driven through some of the area of upstate New York for a couple of different odds and ends. But you also get winters, though, right?
Yeah, but I am Canadian by blood, and
Oh,
it
that's okay.
it
Yeah,
does not bother me. I love the winter, in fact.
like we get winter, but it's not really winter. It's
Yeah.
a, a light. I mean, I grew up in Minnesota, so it's not all that different. But I do know that like you get the lake effect up there, and it's wildly different than potentially New York City, and how the winter hits you. Um, is
It's been pretty mild the past few years, actually. It's weird.
Are the Catskills near the Finger Lakes?
Kind of,
That's
ish.
where the Finger Lakes are. They're up.
Um, we're in what the Catskills are a huge region, and we're more. Uh, do you know where Hudson is?
Yes. Yeah.
Hudson, the town. So we're across the bridge. There's a little town called Catskill,
Okay.
and that's my little town. So it's the town of Catskills. It's in the Catskills, but it's not. Uh, it's like it's such a huge region, you know. The Catskills are so big, but we're like Rip Van Winkle town. We're obsessed with Rip Van Winkle here
What? What? What?
because
Okay, you
Rip
can't
Van
stop
it's
that and be like, "Yep, everybody gets that." No, you got to explain that a little more. We're obsessed with Rip Van Winkle. Is there some association with it?
it's
Why?
it's where Washington Irving based the story of Rip Van Winkle.
Wait, how old is the story of Rip Van Winkle? I can't even say it. Rip.
Whip.
Yeah.
Uh, it's actually not that old. Now I'm like, wait, when was it made? Because it's about an old man and his dog falling asleep before the revolution and waking up after the revolution.
Oh wait, I'm thinking. Wait, no. What am I thinking? What's the one where is Rip Van Winkle the one where a guy has to figure out the name of someone?
That's Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumpelstiltskin. Okay, that's the
Oh my God.
issue. Okay, I was like, I thought it was from like the 1700s or something. I didn't realize it was like, or I guess that's still within range for upstate. Yeah, I didn't. I did not. Yeah. Wait, what's Rip Van Winkle about then? What's
So
this?
Rip Van Winkle is a Washington Irving story. It's about this old man who goes up to the mountains with his dog Wolf, and he I believe he has a drink um of something, and he wakes up and it's after the revolution. So
Okay.
it's like about, how much America changed after the revolution. And it's really interesting. Like um, he goes to his family's house, and, it's all of his ancestors, and he's like, what happened? And then the main illustration you'll see from on it everywhere is just this man with this insanely long beard. Like insanely long.
And he never gets uh, to steal someone's baby or whatever. I can't remember what happens in uh, in Rumpelstiltskin, but
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin is about this. I actually just reread it again because it's insane. But it's about this miller who convinces the king that his daughter can spin straw into gold.
right, okay.
Yeah.
That's so funny that I got them both confused. I mean, they're not that far off, but it's totally out of because it did not make sense that New York would be or somewhere in New York would be tied to Rumpelstiltskin. Okay. Well, you guys had a big gold thread industry up there back in the 1800s, and so. Uh,
Yeah.
uh, Now, are you are you able to get down to New York often for events and things of the sort?
I'm there all the time. Yeah. I have I just kind of crash at my friends' houses there. Um but yeah, I go there all the time for events, and um, it's very close
Yeah. It's
by.
like I assume that the original art show or things like that are the like to get down to those. It's what do I want to say? Not a directive, but a thing that you want to do often, just because of access to it and how close you are. Essentially, like well, I don't even know how close are you. How close is Catskills to New York City then?
It's just 2.5 hours.
Yeah, okay, it's closer than we would have. I was gonna say it's a bit more effort if I want to go down there and see something. So we don't go very often, or haven't gone in ages, actually, at this point. Uh,
Oh, wow.
it's I mean we're up in the woods too, but not necessarily our town, but we're up in New Hampshire, so it's a drive through many states.
Right. Yeah. There's like that psychological barrier of
Yeah.
the state line.
Once I get into the Yankees territory, it's a
Right.
no go. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have our Boston pride that we have to stick to. Um, is there? I mean, obviously, you said there were lots of artists out in that area, but is there like a good crit group or anything in that area that you participate in?
It's funny you say that. I just went to Kinderhook Bookstore, and I met someone there who was telling me about a crit group in Kinderhook. So I haven't been yet, but I would love to check it out because I miss doing that.
So you don't have a crit group right now, then,
I
effectively.
don't. I have friends who I went to RISD with who I will call if I have a manuscript that I am stumped on or
Yeah.
um but for the most part uh I share a lot of my books in progress with people who aren't even in kids books, which is weird now that I'm saying that. But a lot of my buddies are artists, um and everyone kind of has interesting notes.
Yeah. They just have to be able to understand narrative or understand, sequence. As long as you,
Yeah,
then it doesn't really matter um, as far as like the kidlit side of things. But um,
exactly.
the with the aspect of like critique and getting that kind of advice, and you mentioning just the idea that like oh, there's that opportunity there. Is that something that you actively want, or do you like the bit of seclusion or like separation from, like, to me, I don't know if I want to live in an artist community or too close to an artist community, let's put it that way, because of I like the idea that I'm not confronted with art on a regular basis out of my job, which is
Uh-huh.
art college. Like there's only so much of it I can take,
Uh-huh.
if that makes any sense. um,
Uh-huh.
like I want to step away and not have to think about art for every moment of the day. But uh, do you have the opportunity to, like, in the location that you're at, to get out and I guess experience things? I don't know. This is a weird question. I'm gonna back away. I was gonna ask basically, like, do you have a chance to get away and not be an artist for a moment? That's
Um,
sort of a weird way to put that. That idea of like, is art all consuming uh,
that's an interesting question.
in your life?
I think, my mom always said that, even when I'm not working, I'm working because it all goes to this place that we call the well, which is like, the place where your inspiration comes from.
Okay.
So I never freak out, or I try not to freak out. Like if I'm going through a period where I'm just like not inspired, I'm like, oh well, the well just needs to be filled up. So I think all roads lead back to my work. Even if it's not like a conscious decision, but that's painting is the way that I regulate myself, and it's like the way that I meditate and um process life, and it's like it's so I don't really think of it uh like a like a job really, because it just is like it just is like a part of the way that I live my daily life, I guess.
Yeah. Do you do you have this is gonna sound this is a dumb question, but I ask this question to students, and oftentimes I get a blank look on the face. But do you have hobbies besides art?
Oh yeah. Oh my God, yeah. I love cooking. I
Okay.
love, 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 love cooking, and I love baking even though I don't know what I'm doing. And like I love just like going into the kitchen and being like, I think this will taste good. Um and
So
uh
you like to make it up as you go, or
yes.
is it like are you the same? Like when I was a little kid, I thought I was going to be an artist or a chef,
Yeah, that makes sense.
but I also do not like to follow directions for like I could not be a baker of any sort. And I know that it takes science and it takes measurements and things of the sort, but like I'm not that type of person. I need the like, well, I'm just going to put these together and see how they work out kind of person.
Yeah, I think with like baking, there's like little secrets that you can remember that make it easier. Like, with cookies, for example, if you cream the butter and the sugar together, then you can kind of do whatever you want afterwards. You can add whatever you want. And so there's like little rules that you can break.
Why is that so?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I just put on my witch's cap and I throw stuff in the cauldron.
All right, all right. That's it's all news to me because I don't understand it in general.
Yeah, it's
It's
it's really
I like the aspect of just like opening up the spice drawer and going like, okay, let's put a couple of these in there, or let's this vegetable would probably pair with this okay. But yeah,
uh-huh.
the idea of like knowing that you got to whip egg or what was it, butter and sugar together?
Uh-huh.
Sure, that's not that's not my realm. Um, it's it is interesting though, like when I talk to students about it, that they're so deep in the art world at that moment and trying to figure out who they are as an artist that oftentimes they have a hard time like, and maybe it's just because I'm giving too much homework or whatever, but uh, that idea of you know being able to take a moment and just do something that they love is not always the easiest for them. And so uh, when I ask that question, I just get those blank stares, like I had asked. I'm trying to think of a good metaphor, but I can't think of one. Uh, but that idea of like having a hobby, I feel like is something that is not always art friendly uh, for students at least because they're so deep in it. Um,
Can I ask, do you like teaching? How is that for you?
I do. I really like teaching. I think I did not when I was in school. I was not the kid that would teach. I was the kid in class who wouldn't raise his hand, who didn't want to say anything, etc. And I think a lot of it was because I didn't feel like I knew what I was doing. Um,
Uh-huh.
hesitant to speak up of some sort. And I don't know what the trigger was. I don't know how that shifted, but um, at some point I got some confidence, and since then have loved the idea of just, even though I may not know exactly what I'm doing at all moments, the idea that I'm maybe a step ahead of the students, even if it's just
Uh-huh.
a day ahead, um, that I can give them some bit of information that hopefully changes their perspective.
Oh,
Um,
that's really interesting.
a fun way to look at it. Like you don't have to be perfect at all times.
Yeah.
Out.
I think that's really interesting you say that, because that's like I think that's what I want to do next. I am kind of
Ah,
thinking about wanting to teach at a college, and just have that kind of going at the same time as my books. Did you get your master's to teach?
I did. I
Oh,
got
cool.
So I was working in an animation studio up until like about 4 or 5 years out of school, and then I got an opportunity to teach. In fact, Fred Lynch, who you probably
Oh, I love
know,
him. Yeah.
yeah, he was teaching at the school that I teach at now at the time, and Jarrett Krasoska, who I don't know if you know Jarrett, but he was teaching a class there and then could not teach it anymore because he was going on a book tour and said, "Hey, we need someone to teach this course." I jumped in at the last minute and thoroughly enjoyed teaching to the point wherein by the end of the semester, I was looking at grad schools. Um,
Oh, wow. Where did you go to grad school?
I just went to UMass Dartmouth, which is
Cool.
not that far from RISD, honestly, and a lot of the teachers were like teaching at RISD at the same time and
Oh,
whatnot.
wow.
I got the degree pretty quick within I'm going to say, I think it was 2 years, if I remember correctly, and was teaching the whole time in the background, and it clicked of some sort, and I've been doing that ever since, and so it's been nice to, like, again, it keeps me in the art world, but not necessarily having to go out to gallery shows all the time and whatnot. I always ask people when they come on here, or most of the time I ask them if they'd ever thought about teaching, because so many people that, especially if someone says they want to teach, more than likely they're going to be a fabulous teacher. Sometimes people get thrown into teaching and struggle with it, and so it's sort of hit or miss depending on the person. But
Right.
that it's really fun just to be in the environment and share. To be honest, that's like
Yeah.
the main draw for me, is just being able to share my experiences and hope that they somehow go, cool. I like I like this vibe, or I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah,
Kind of.
it's nice to give back
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
And, like I'm sure you have this too. I think about my professors that I had, and I'm just like, wow, they really changed my life.
yep, yep. No, like I realized what the name was. Megan Tingle was the teacher of that picture and word, and like
Oh,
if it wasn't for some of the like mentorship and people, like I was Brinkerhoff. I don't know if you
oh
remember.
yeah, I love him. Yeah.
He was someone in the last year of my uh, schooling really like made an impact on me.
Oh
And
yeah.
I would be doing a lot of illustration the same way if it wasn't for his class at the time, and Mary Jane and all. There's people that just like
Amazing.
impact. Uh,
Yeah. Actually, um, Robert Robert Brinkerhoff taught Dante's Inferno class
oh, you
that
were. I know the one. Yes.
I loved it. I just loved it. I could not get enough of that class. I made a tiny drawing with like a 0.005 micron pen of all the layers of hell. And what, just reading those books was unreal.
Did you go to Italy, or I forget where he went? He took a trip with students somewhere to sort of
I
explore more, and I can't remember where it was.
I I didn't go to Italy. I wish I did. I didn't know about that.
I mean, that may have been post, but there was a point where like he did some Dante's Inferno something or other over in Europe at some point.
Oh
Um,
wow.
and so like that may have been post your time, but I remember him starting some of that back in the day and being sort of floored by his approach to it. And yeah, he was a big like shift in my thought process of illustration at the
Oh,
end.
wow. Have you told him that? Does he know?
I don't know if I've actually like sat down to talk with him since. I mean, I follow him, and I'm sure that he probably has checked in on me every once in a while, but I don't think I've ever really sat down and had the conversation with him. That's a very good idea. I should do that. I should sit down and email him and just say that. I got an email from a student, former student who just got into grad school, saying like I can't, a very lovely like thank you for being supportive and helping me out all the years. And it was one of those things where it's just like it's super heartwarming to have this.
Yeah.
Get to see them grow up and become, excuse this terminology, but become adults. Uh,
Uh-huh.
I imagine that I could return the favor in some sense to some of those folks that have impacted me in the same way.
Yeah, I want to do that too. I actually think Robert might be the department chair of
Uh,
Ritzy.
yeah, I think he became not the provost. Maybe he was, or the dean of like the fine arts or something for a little bit.
Oh, wow. Good for him.
Yeah. No, there was a crew of folks that I'm sure that you had, but I also have a feeling that some of the folks that I had moved on. Um,
Did you have Lenny Long?
I did have Lenny Long. Yes, I had Lenny Long, and I don't know if he did the same for you when you were in school, but he did this thing where. Or no, I didn't have Lenny. I had my friend had Lenny Long. We had Tony Janello.
Oh, yeah. I never had him. I
Yeah,
don't think that he was there when I was there.
Tony did some stuff where it was like he asked this one question of the class the entire semester, and no one answered it properly the entire time. And then finally, he revealed what it was that he was asking, and we all like were clueless. He was a fun teacher, but he was also super confusing at the time because he was so deep in thought about some process or some work or something. I forget what it was, and like we all felt like we failed him in the end because
Oh, no.
well, it was a really like simple question that he was asking, and we just did not know what looking for. And then when he told us, we're like, "Oh, that was it? That's all you wanted?" So, but
Did you do the 100 cars with Lynch?
no, but so Fred, he did the 100 apples at one point at the school that I teach at, and we still have a few teachers that will do something of the sort. Um, but no, I knew Lenny Long. I knew a lot of those folks that probably are the same just because of friends who I'd go into their class and talk to the instructors and whatnot. And Lenny was great. I went to his studio, or he had something over on the north side of Providence that he was involved with that my friend and I went and helped out with for a little bit. But I have not been back. I don't know about you, but I have not been back since
Oh,
a
really?
long, long time. I think
Oh, you gotta go.
I think the last time I was there was in 2004.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, I'm sure it's totally different at this point. When's the last time you were there?
Let me see. When was I there? I actually was there for I did a talk, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was a couple years ago, and I went to the Rizzy Beach. Do you remember the Rizzy Beach?
Well, wait, which beach?
The
Oh,
farm.
the farm. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Oh God, it was so beautiful.
That was the fact that like the school had its own separate farm. Now we're like reminiscing, but that had its own farm that you could just go to, and it had a beach that you could go hang out on. Is crazy because like schools don't really have that, or
I
it's
know,
not
it was
common
the
practice.
best.
Um, the I used to be an orientation leader when I was at school there, and so we did all the like orientation at that farm, and so I spent many days down there doing stuff at that farm.
Oh, cool.
I don't remember
Well,
who or who took care of it, but I remember that space specifically. Um,
yeah, there's something very special about it. And when I look back on it, I'm like, I wish like it would have been cool to like do a class there or something.
yeah, they never really did they? Like, or at least not in my era. I don't remember them ever having.
Oh,
I mean, there
no.
have been, and I just never did it, but I don't remember any talk of it ever.
Oh,
Um,
I would have taken it. Like that could have been amazing. But I guess the problem would have been that it was always gonna get really cold.
Yeah, yeah. The school year itself is not the warmest time of year for doing that kind of stuff. Um, Now, when you were there, was there the library, the new library?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
I haven't
the
seen that.
library.
That's what everybody talks about, that library, and I still have yet to see it. And so I got,
Really?
yeah, it's
Well, you gotta go.
yeah, at some point it will all it will all come together. But we had our what was it, our 25th anniversary this last summer for a
Wow.
year or whatever, and I was gonna go, and then something happened where I wasn't able to make it. But at some point, at some point,
Yeah,
uh,
maybe the
yeah, the
next
next,
25 years.
yeah, the 50 year, I'll finally make my way down there. Do you touch with a lot of folks from there? I mean, you mentioned that you stay in touch with some, but was it a year where like a lot of people really connected, or was it everybody kind of went their own way?
I definitely have a few friends that I'm still very close with, and um, a lot of them were in the illustration department, and but a lot of people did go there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I have to go. Oh my goodness, it's 8:05.
Oh, okay.
Time flies.
Give me a,
That's
and I will see you off. And
I'm finally able to see your painting. It's so cool. What's happening?
so again, it's gonna be this
Oh yeah.
Pips and Pops hole to nowhere. Um, I've been trying to do like just to give myself some fun activities on these to like have themes. And so right now I'm in this faux cover theme. I've just come up with a title and then make an image based on it. And so this is about little toads that um, are dug a hole and they don't know exactly where it goes, and it just ends up nowhere. And so
Wow. I
we're
love
gonna,
the light. Is that the light right there that's
yeah,
coming from
yeah.
the
There's like I'm gonna do the type work in here, and there's gonna be some worms and other things, but I got to get them a little bit more silhouetted. But we're gonna get there.
It's
Anyway,
so cool.
thank you. Yours is so like flushed out and beautiful with all the let me switch my camera here. Um, with all the flowers and everything, it's so fun to watch like the amount of texture sort of come into play on that.
There's
So,
lots of layers. This is
oh,
Shabini.
hello, hello, doggy. Um, Man, we could I could talk about dogs for a long time, but I know you need to skedaddle. What,
Um,
Lauren? Hold up. There was Luke. Oh, okay, yes, I will read this. So Luke Flowers, who is a lovely illustrator. I don't know if you know Luke's work, but he lives out in Colorado and is like I'm gonna say this pretty straightforward. He's maybe one of the nicest people I've ever met.
oh
Uh,
wow.
in the world, and he wrote this about your stuff, and I think um, it's important for you to hear this. He said, "It has been very inspiring to listen to you both share and create together as I was working here in the creative cave. Thank you. Got to sign off now. Dinner with the family." And then he also said, "Esme, your work is so rich and organic, beauty and clever storytelling. Looking forward to more of your marvelous books." Um,
Wow.
yeah, Luke is a treasure. And if you don't know his work, go look up his work. He's done a ton of books. He said he had 9 books this upcoming year, which is like, yeah,
Wow.
I don't get it. He's done
Wow.
80 books. But he's so loving, and so that was nice of him to
That
add
is
jumped on.
so kind. And I think it's really I'm sure you know what I mean when I say this. Like it really is a cave. Like we work in a cave,
Mhm.
and so when you hear something like that, especially from a fellow illustrator like yourself or Luke, it never falls on deaf ears. It means a lot. And I think what you're doing here is so cool and bringing artists together. And I'm just so happy that you invited me to do this.
I'm happy that you said yes. It's always my wife and I, whenever someone agrees. Sorry, I'm getting glue off my glue stick. Um, whenever someone agrees to do this, we're always like, "Oh, did you hear that they said yes?" Like, we organize some of it too, and actually a lot of it too. And so whenever someone says yes, like when you said yes, we were like, "Yes, we got Esme's gonna join us." I'm saying it right, correct, Esme? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. I want to
Yeah.
make this the whole time. But it's been a pleasure to get to know you. And if you're ever in these neck of the woods, don't hesitate to say hello. If I ever make it up that way for events and whatnot,
Yeah.
I will treat you to some meat from that meat farm stand that you got.
Are you going to the Eric Carle Museum? Are you near the Eric Carle Museum in Amherst? That's
It,
really
it's probably
west.
2 hours from here,
Nah,
maybe a
yeah.
little bit more. I've never been.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, it's right down. I mean, it's not far from the uh, the where SDBWI used to be in New England,
Oh,
but
cool.
never made it. And it's funny because like now I do collage, and it's so stupid that I've never been, but I need to go. So
Yeah, you gotta check it out. I have a piece in an upcoming show there.
ooh,
It's
yeah,
called like Spells Sprites. It's about magical creatures in kids' books.
okay, I can
Um,
make my way out there.
yeah, and I also want to do a shameless plug for my book that's coming out in I think next week, which is crazy. It's
But
called
yeah, oh, go for it. Title, please.
Oh no, it's okay. It's called Don't Eat Me: The Almost True Story of Belladonna.
I was trying to remember what flower it was, and I was like, I knew it was the title. So, cool. I'm excited. I saw that one. And I wanted to get my hands on it, and I realized, oh, it hasn't come out yet. So
Soon.
soon it will be in
Soon.
these mitts. And
Yes.
anyways, go have a lovely evening. It was a pleasure, and I will be in touch.
Thank you so much for
Yes.
having me. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Now that our lovely guest Esme Shapiro has left us for the evening, does not mean that we're going to stop. I'm going to keep going. But again, Esme worked on all sorts of lovely books that if you can get your hands on, go get your hands on. The one that I'm particularly fond of, like I said, Carol and the Pickle Toad, and this is again such a fun book, and I was so excited that she was able to join us for the evening. This one also got the Hoffman pet approval, and I will show you real quick. It's all chewed up on the corner, which we can thank our cat Beans for. Beans is notorious for chewing the corners of books, so it's gotten the stamp of approval there. In the meantime, I'm going to do a little swap back down to my work. But I do want to remind people of a couple of things in case people are going to jump off anytime soon. Please don't, but if you are, that next week we're going to have on AJ Smith, who has a new book coming out called Catnip Mouse. And in fact, I think, has it come out this week? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it was this week. Maybe it was the last week, but it's out recently. Let's put it that way. And he's going to be joining us. And then the following week we have Dan Santat, who's going to be joining us. And then the last week in October, we just found out that we're going to have a special guest, which is that wonderful person I talked about, Luke Flowers, is going to be joining us. And we're going to do a special Halloween show, which is the night before Halloween. Ooh. And so please do that. And then let me get back to making work. And if you have questions, in fact, I will put it in here. Oh, I didn't pin that comment, but I'm going to make it say, ask me anything. So you're going to see it wiggle a little bit because I'm typing on my phone as I do this. Ask me anything. There we go. And I will pin this time so it stays where it is. There we go. So if you have questions, you just ask, and I'm happy to help out. Are you looking at my ceiling right now? You probably are, aren't you? Because I forgot to do the little switcheroo. There we go. Back down to the surface. So again, this is the reference point Make sure that's on top so people can see it. But this is the reference point of sort of what I'm going for this piece. And so it's sort of light bleeding down through this hole. And I'm trying to figure out these frogs right now and sort of how I want to play them. I'm trying to give them a little bit of cheeks in here. Maybe a little bit of pinkness in this cheek. And so if people have questions, you just throw them in the comments, and I'm happy to try to answer the best I can. In the meantime, let me see if I can blend some of this together in a way that it works a little bit better. Actually, I need to get some more of these colors out. Are you able to zoom in a little, please? Oh, yes. I was like, what do you mean zoom? I'm not using Zoom. But yes, I will. I'll bring it in a little bit more for you there. So I will say this, which is going to be interesting for those that are watching who follow along. I got contacted by a company. I don't even know if I can announce this, but I'm just going to say it on here anyways. Contacted by a company that we all know called Crayola to help out with this thing called Crayola Creativity Week. I won't get into the details, but it sounds really fun, and I'm gonna sign some stuff tomorrow to kind of, not that I'm getting paid, but just to be to help out with a initiative that they have. And so that was a fun bit of news that happened last night, and so I will talk more about it as I know more about it and sort of give people a sense of what's happening with it. But it seems like it's going to be a fun thing, a good cause, as they say, one of those good cause things. Let me get some colors out here that I need. So I'll start to draw in elements on these frogs, and I still need to do, like, this one should have a leg that's back here and another leg that sort of is up front, but I got to get them a little bit darker. Just color wise, they are maybe a little light as of right now, so I need to richen them up a touch. I want to get this. Originally they were going to be green frogs, but I kind of like this like reddish tone that's thrown in. And you get those in, and I got to get the, let's see, is that dark enough? Yeah, it'll be dark enough. I need to get the legs on this one and whatnot. But again, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to be here for the next hour or two, sort of working on odds and ends along the way on this, and so I'm happy to answer where I can. I might actually use the hairdryer now that it's just me and you. You have to put up with it. Okay, that should be good and dry. Oop, that's the pencil sharpener. Let's not do that. So let's see. I need a leg that comes up like this. And then, oh, I'll make it a little bit smaller actually. I want it to go a little bit more like this. And then come down here and have little froggy toes. or toads. It's not frogs. These are toads. 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 Toto. What's the name of that song that Toto did? Who's gonna help me out? Who's gonna tell me the name of the song Toto did? Who's got it? Who's the first to it? Someone's gonna be the first to say it. Toto. Did they do Africa? I bet you they did. So Teacher Marin asks, who decides the size of a picture book? What is the most common size? It really depends on the publisher. Some publishers will let you basically choose whatever size you want. It costs more money. Oh, it was Africa. There we go. Thank you. Oh, and Rosanna. Rosanna, yeah. Take me far away. And then I've worked with publishers who have very distinct sizes that they work with. Like one of the publishers that I work with have two sizes, and it's basically one is horizontal and one is vertical, and they're the same proportion, just literally flipped 190 degrees, and it makes it easier for them because they don't have to futz with printers and try to figure out price on things. It just keeps it consistent. But there are other publishers who sort of might give, we're thinking the book should be this scale or whatnot. What I end up doing a lot of times is asking sort of early on in the project what they think the proportions should be. And in the end, most of the time they're pretty good and just say like, oh, here's what we're thinking. But also there are times where I will ask that question and they kind of just leave it up to me, sort of what I want to do. And I will admit, most of the time I lean on just doing something that is square. And the reason for that is it can be scaled up or down. And so if for some reason the book needs to be smaller, the square size doesn't require as much of a change, depending on sort of the if they decide they want to make it a little bit smaller. It also is a whole lot easier. You just don't ever have to think. You can work whatever scale you want, and proportionally it will stay the same. And you don't have to it's an easy math problem. Let's put it that way. However, there are some companies that obviously like square is not their preferred. And the other thing that comes into play too that is interesting is the idea of libraries and bookshelves. There are certain sizes that are harder on librarians. And so the idea of literally having to shelve it. If a book is too big, can be a problem. And so that has to go on the oversized shelf. And I've heard this from quite a few librarians actually, that when it's a size that is standard, it makes it a whole lot easier for them in the end and potentially ends up on display a little bit better. And so I would, for the most part, the books I've worked on size-wise have been about, if it's a square, generally around a 10 by 10 is pretty common, somewhere in that range. If not, it's probably closer to an 8 by 10 proportion. So what is that, a 4 to 5 ratio, somewhere in that range. It doesn't mean that that's the only scale that they'll work with, but that does make it a little bit easier, just knowing that there's sort of a standard format that some have worked with in the past. So anyways, I hope that answered the question of some sort. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do these other legs. Where do I want to cut? Let's see. And this one probably is just a little nub that comes up and goes right up against the chin or something of the sort. Now I got Africa stuck in my head. Oh no, is that? Oh, I got Rosanna stuck in my head. Da, 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 da. So as I said, I'm almost done with the book that I'm working on, which is fantastic because it means that I will have freedom to work on a couple other things that I've been putting off. And then as well, the curse of late nights and working and worrying about deadlines will be over for a little bit. And so that'll be lovely. In fact, some of these cover things that I'm working on here, like this one, might turn into a little manuscript pitch or something like that I'll see. It depends on sort of which ones stick. But all of these I come up with an idea, and there's a full sort of fleshed out idea for this one. It's a matter of I just need to write it out and see if it actually makes sense. But let me see if I can do that there. And then the other toad, I keep wanting to say frog, how it fits on shelves, consideration I hadn't thought of. It's also important. It is. It's one of those ones where, like, yeah, it isn't a common thought process for people, like, oh, let's make it easy on librarians. But it's funny that, like, it really does make a difference to them, sort of how much room it takes up, and how I mean, it's you can make it whatever size in the library, assuming they want it. Will make it work. But I do think that it makes a lot more sense if you can get it to a size that is manageable. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to figure out how much of this little frog leg I want. No, toad leg. I'm just so used to saying frogs. Partially, I just need to do the bumps on their backs, and that should make it more frog-like. Oh, toad-like. Damn, I can't ever get it right. Okay, I need a little leggy poo there. So I will trim this one. My hands are getting sticky. These, I might actually do some shading underneath just to imply that they're sort of right on the edge of all of this, but it will make sense once I get there. Okay. It says that my feed we're having trouble loading this live video. Let's see if I can get it again. There we go. Hopefully I didn't lose any questions. I'll check up top. Make sure I didn't lose any questions along the way. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's get in here, and I'm going to do some coloring on these in a minute. I'm just trying to get these sort of locked in here a little bit with the glues. Make sure they truly are sticking down and not coming up like this little piece right here. Okay, now I'm going to come in and I'm going to paint some little bumpity bumps on them. Not to get too technical on you, but some little bumpity bumps. Get a little bit more red there to make those stand out. Actually, even a little bit of pink in the mix. So what kind of questions do people have? How can I help? Thank you, AJ. Looking forward to chatting with you next week. as I said, AJ Smith is going to be on next week talking about his new book, Catnip Mouse. Which, AJ, will you remind me the release date? I can't remember whether it's come and gone or if it is coming up next week or if it's the week after. I can't, the top of my head, not the top of my head. My head is not making those decisions properly and remembering. And so any help you can give on that would be greatly appreciated so people know. Where are they carrying Piggy Bank locally? My guess is Silver Unicorn most likely has it. Gibson's maybe, but I need to get my hands on Catnip Mouse too because it's. I want to get a real copy. We're gonna write. In fact, maybe what we can do is if you want to get your hands on the other one on Piggy Bank, I can send you a copy of that. If you send me a copy of Catnip Mouse, and then we're set. We're set in stone at that point. That way we have the copies of the appropriate books at the appropriate time. Water Street might. Brownie Mix. I did work in an animation studio. I worked at the same one AJ actually worked at one point. A studio called Soup to Nuts. That was in Watertown, Massachusetts, and is now, I believe, defunct. I don't think it's. I don't. There are probably people that moved on to. They were owned by Scholastic at one point. And they probably moved on to other jobs for the most part, but it was fun for what it was. But I also am happy to be in the realm of illustration, specifically Kidlit more, just because it's essentially more up my alley. But it was a fun experience at the time. Try to get this. Have a stronger punch in them big old toad lips. Everybody wants some toad lips. Toad lips. Try to get in here. Paint this a little differently. Brownie Mix, I'm studying animation, but I always felt drawn more towards illustration. Yeah, it's. So here's my take, and I teach in a school that has both, and there's been people who have said like, "Oh, you love illustration more." I don't know as I love illustration more. I think it suits me more, and what I mean by that is like I love animation for the movement aspect, etc. I do not have the patience myself, the literal patience to sit down and spend time drawing the same thing over and over and over again. Even though Kidlit essentially has that aspect of sort of repetition through image making and whatnot, I much more prefer the irregularity and the variation in project choice that Kidlit allows. Does not mean that I'm what do I say? That I'm like I think animation is not fun or anything of the sort. It's just I don't have the wear and tear to draw frame by frame. Let's put it that way. And so I end up leaning more on sort of the. I think of Kidlit as being a little bit like doing keyframes in animation. You're picking the moments that stand out as key poses and things of the sort, and then I'm just not having to do the in-betweens, if that makes any sense. Not so happy with the coloring on this guy yet. I will get there, but I'm not so happy with it yet. I'm trying to figure out how to get, like, I got that like purpley color. I want to get in the mix here too. It's sort of in this range here. So sort of getting in there and I think I may have just overworked it is all. I'm going to a storyboarding job, but I've heard that's harder to get. It really depends on the studio. Some of those jobs require that you have lots of years and experience, and that you've been in the industry for a long time before you get those jobs where you get to lay out stuff and get into the storyboarding side of things. Some of the smaller companies, like the one I worked at, you could actually storyboard, sort of jumping in relatively early. But yeah, it just depends on the studio for the most part. But I do know that can be a little bit of a challenge. Just they want people who really know story, and until you've really spent some time, understanding the show or whatever it may be, they may want you to do a little bit of. They may want you to run the paces first and figure out exactly how things work before you jump in and start doing storyboarding proper. So give me 1 second. I saw there was another comment there that I want to get to. Matthew Berg says that animation comparison does make a lot of sense. That's why I like illustration bookmaking. It's like making a little movie. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I have found throughout the years is there's a lot of people that say they want to do animation, but in fact what they mean is they want to be in the animation industry, but they want to do like still imagery. So like storyboarding and things of the sort are inherently illustration based, but for a moving project. And that's different than saying that you want to be an animator. And so to me, it's always that question of, what are you actually interested in doing? And if it really is that you want to do still images, like doing storyboarding, you probably need a mixture of animation and illustration skills. If you're someone who wants to do the frame by frame, well then, animation absolutely makes sense. If you're someone who wants to be on that sort of concept side for those shows, things of the sort, that's even harder to get into in a sense. But sometimes that means that you need to have an understanding of the structure. Just like this is gonna probably make sense when I say this, but in the Kidlit world, in order to understand exactly what you're doing in Kidlit, sometimes you need to know about design, and you need to know about bookbinding, and you need to know about all these things that are sort of not necessarily the illustrator's job, but it sure does make it a whole lot easier to know how to do these things. So like understanding when and where to put type on a page for ease of reading sometimes can be extremely helpful on the illustration side, even though it's not your sole job is to like lay out the type. It sure does help to know how type is laid out, because then you can sort of avoid some of the pitfalls of design or challenges that would arise for a designer down the line that they'd have to make sacrifices on the book. And so I'm always a proponent of learning about these things. Same thing with like, if you want to be a concept artist for film and things of the sort, it'd probably be good to take a film class, even though you may not be a cinematographer, still to know what they go through to understand, oh, when I make this work, these are the things I need to consider because it's going to affect the crew, or it's going to affect the animators, or it's going to affect all these people in some way or another. Then when you make the decisions you make, it's a much more well planned, well thought out, and potentially better executed approach. So that's my thoughts. Yeah, AJ, design is like I would love, I would want to be paid for it effectively, but I would love to do the design work for a book. I mean, effectively, I'm gonna maybe challenge some concept here, but a lot of the books I do the type in, like I've done books where I've hand lettered all the type, and it's like, well, am I the designer at that point? And maybe I am. I don't know, but like getting into what typefaces to use is always really fun and challenging to play around with. So I would love to have some of that as a option at some point in some of the jobs that I do. But again, there's a lot of faith that has to be given to someone who wants to do that, because there's marketing and there's things that make a difference in how those sell. So are there other questions that people have that I can answer? Things that would make your life easier as an illustrator, as a person, as a human being on this planet? Is there anything I can do to answer, to challenge, to provoke? I'm liking this color here. Closer to what I want the background here to be. It's almost like fleshy coloring. Break that up a little. Yeah, I agree, AJ. I used to not be interested in it, but it's starting to grow on me a bit. Yeah. And then AJ says, I didn't set out to do it, but wound up hand lettering the title cover of the last two books. I feel like it's another extension of style and actually becomes part of it. Yeah, I did notice on those books, AJ, that I was like, oh, they used your font. And then I realized, oh, maybe it's not a font. Maybe you just straight up hand lettered the cover. But I think almost all the books that I've done, I think the book that I'm working on and sending in hopefully tomorrow, is the first book that I didn't hand letter the cover. I've always hand lettered the cover, which is kind of fascinating to me that, and it's no slight on anybody else, but it's always been one of those things where I just like assumed and said, oh, well, if I can hand letter it, I'm going to do it because like it's one more chance for me to have a say on something for the book. I'm trying to think if there's any other books I did. No, I think maybe the Darwin book is the only one that I did hand letter I did faux make Darwin's signature on that one, which was a requirement of the book that there has to be a little signature, and so I had to mock up what the signature would look like for Darwin based on his signature in my inking style or whatever. But I think all the other ones I have hand lettered. Yeah. And then my own personal books that I wrote, I definitely hand lettered major parts of them, like the Fruit Bowl. I hand lettered the entire book, and not only did I hand letter it, but every letter is different. So I did not use a font of any sort. I literally went in and put in, like, hand lettered every single letter in that book, which is probably not the wisest idea because it took forever. And then when we needed to change something, I had to go and hand letter it again. But it was a pride thing. It was a, hey, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this the way that I think makes sense. And at the time, that's what made sense to me. Trying to even out this color in here a little bit better. I'm trying to keep track of what people are saying there in the comments. Make sure I'm on top of it. I'm going to add this little touch. Of blue onto some of these. We're getting there. We are getting there. I'm trying to get like the tones and the colors that are down in some of these into this wrong. So like a little bit of purple in there. So it feels a little bit like the same palette. So what other questions do people have? How can I help? How can I help? I'm trying to get this like pretty coloring in this. Design is all around us. Yes, it is. The chair that I'm sitting in, the shirt I'm wearing, the lettering on this pencil I'm using. All of it is design of some sort. It's a little crazy, but it is true. I'm trying to like figure out this frog so it feels like it's sort of living in the same family as frog. I keep calling it frog. It's not frog. Get to your skull. Trying to make sure this frog feels. I just can't help but say frog. This toad feels like it's somehow connected to what's underneath. I'm trying to like hit some of these colors in here. I can't believe how many times I've said frog and I meant toad. Kind of ridiculous. So I saw there was a question. I will get to it here in a second. Okay, so the question is, from where do I draw my inspirations? This comes from Teacher Mary. I end up I'm not a big pursuer of art as inspiration. So I'm not someone out there who likes to go to museums, things of the sort. I will. It's fun to go to a museum, but it's not like, oh, that's if I had a free day, my first thought is not let's go to a museum. And part of it is I sort of am in the art world, school wise and whatnot. That it's not the first go to. I kind of want something else in those cases, and so my inspiration oftentimes doesn't come from sort of art sources of sorts. Where I end up drawing inspiration a lot of times is weird, random things that are out in the environment. So, like some interesting shape to a sign might become a character or might become part of sort of what I'm doing visually later. So like the example I give is like early on in the pandemic, I remember going to on a walk, a nature walk. My wife and son and whatnot, we'd go out and try to just go out in the environment and explore a little bit more. And I remember we went to this, I don't even know what to call it. It was a sort of nature preserve area kind of thing. And we were walking around, and there was some flower that was really pretty. Just the color combo. I remember it was like purple and oranges, which is not a common color palette for me at the time. I was not like, oh, that's the color I need to use in my next piece on a regular basis. And so when I saw that, though, and I saw they worked together, I was like, oh, I should introduce that as a color in some of what I'm doing. And so I took a photo of it, and then that became a color palette. Or there's every once in a while, like I said, signs. A lot of times, like shapes of signs or some hand lettering or things of that sort. Sometimes show up, and I'm like, oh, that'd be fun to add to my arsenal of making. And so I will again document in some way photographs or just straight up try to remember the best I can, and then bring that into the final art of some other piece at some point. But again, I'm not big on like I'm gonna go to the museum to find inspiration. That's just not my cup of tea, so to say. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually going to, as crazy as this may sound, I might actually use this to pull some of these down as a highlight. That's sort of separating out where that leg hits up there. Maybe I'll just do this. So we get that little sense of shadow being cast down in there. Okay. I am going to draw in those eyes. Adobe Fresco. So AJ's asking about Adobe Fresco. I have used Adobe Fresco a little bit, sort of early on, and there's some really cool things about it. As far as like some of the live brushes are pretty amazing. And I know that it does, if I remember correctly, I think it does some vector stuff now that can be quite rewarding. But I also am not, what do I say? I am not one for major digital amount of work, and so I have not explored it as much as probably others have. So I might actually leave that up to others to weigh in on and chime in on. It's just not a I use digital for touch-up. I don't use it for much beyond that at this point, or sketching. I do use it for sketching just because of copy and paste, but I don't have like major opinions on it. Most of the students that I have don't really touch it all that much, but I've heard of a few folks sort of really loving it and sort of gravitating towards it, but not necessarily stuff that are not a large cohort. I assume partially because if I remember correctly, I think it still requires a subscription to use it, and so that sort of challenges a lot of what the people are trying to avoid of the finance side of it. Of, oh, you got to have this program in order to be able to produce lovely little images. So. To be honest, because I have school, I have not had to pay for Adobe products in a long time, so I don't know what is and what isn't Adobe, or what is or isn't subscription at this point. And so, if it's subscription, then I would not know. Okay, I'm gonna start working on this other froggy over here. The toady. This other toady back over here. One of these days, I'm gonna say it the right way. I think it's partially because I just think everything's a frog, not a toad. I know there's a difference. I do. I'm not stupid, I know. But I'm also stupid, so there's that. Okay. AJ, you should totally use it. Totally. Make a fool out of yourself in front of a live studio audience. No, I don't think you'd make a fool out of yourself. You'd probably be a superstar at it because you have been using digital programs for so long for your work. That probably wouldn't even be a challenge for you. Now, if I used it next week, that would be a potential nightmare. Stuff would look so crude by comparison to everything else I do. Although the stuff I do is sometimes crude anyways. I'm trying to, best I can, get a little hint of a shadow that's being cast by Toad 1 onto Toad 2. Without making it obtrusive of some sort. We're getting there. Let's see. Toads are frogs, but not all frogs are toads. It's like a square and a rectangle. Let's see. Oh, that's Annie Heron. Hello, Annie Heron. I haven't heard from you in a long time. It's nice to have you chime in. Lauren, you asked about what you missed since you jumped off. Not a ton. We've been talking about Adobe Fresco for a little bit. We've been talking about, what else have we been talking about? Let's see if people can chime in and help me out, because I don't remember everything at this point that we've been chatting about. I do need to make little bumps, little lumpy bumps for this toad. Little lumpy bumps. Maybe that's what it should be called, little lumpy bumps. Was it little lumpy bumps, hold to nowhere? I mean, little lumpy bumps is a good nickname. It should be, instead of pip and pops, should be lump and bumps, hold to nowhere. Could be good. Brownie mix. What colored pencil brand do I like the best? I actually love Caran d'Ache. These Supra Color soft pencils are pretty darn fantastic. They go down nice and smooth. They also have, Caran d'Ache has these permanent color Pablo ones that are pretty good too. And then there's one other type that's like an Aquarel something or other, or I don't remember what it's called. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just that. Yeah, it's just Super Color. It is water soluble, so you have to be mindful of that. But it's, I think they're pretty fab. They're not in a lot of stores unless you like me gabblers. Oh, there we go. That's the name. I'm back, and I'm working on toads. I just can't ever say it right. I don't know what happened. My feed stopped for whatever reason, but we're back. It said that it was live still on my phone, but it wasn't live for some reason. And so I'm just continuing on. I will keep going. Let me zoom out a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. So Gab and Doodle, that's what we're watching here. Earlier today, we had on Esmé Shapiro, who is joining us live. I'm going to be posting to YouTube. If you have questions, you ask us anything, I'm going to leave this up here. The sketch that I'm working from is this, Pips and Pops Hold to Nowhere. However, one of the things that I'm trying to figure out is, should I change it from Pips and Pops to Bumps and Lumps Hold to Nowhere? I.e. they have little bumps on them because they're toads. And so if you have an opinion on that, you let me know. If you like the phrase bumps and lumps better than Pips and Pops. Yeah, it was not on your end, AJ. It was totally on the end here. I don't know what happened. But for whatever reason, we had a technical snafu, as they say in the business. Toady shapes. Thank you, AJ. So I do need to know whether I should call it pips and pops or lumps and bumps. Is that lumps and that's bumps? You like pips and pops? Lump and bumps? Well, it wouldn't be lumps and bumps. Yes, it would just be lump and bump. Like that would be their name. Is one is lump and one's bump. But the question is, do we like pip and pop better, or do we like lump and bump? And I don't know the answer. And so I need people to fill me in on what they think it should be. What should it be? Lump and bump, Illustrated says. Any other votes? Pip and pop or lump and bump? Teacher Marin says their kids say pip and pop. All right, so we got a tie right now. I need someone to break that tie. Need someone to chime in with a decision that clearly puts one of them to bed. Matthew Berg's lump and bump fan. Okay. I will not make that decision fully until we get closer to the end. But right now we have 2 for lump and bump. Oh wait, no, we have 3 for lump and bump, 1 for pip and pop. So I gotta make this little flashlight light that will come down in here. Okay, and then I also need to finish working on said pip or no, pop or bump. Pop or bumps, depending, which is this guy, essentially. Trying to give little fingies there. Technical term, fingies. Okay. And then what I might do is actually, I might change it up so it says hold to nowhere here, and then it says the lump and bumps in the background back there. I will see. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog, y'all. That's my dog. That's my annoying dog. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out how dark I go with. On the mouse here. I can hear the delayed bark. Is she barking at herself? Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. AJ asks, how many store events am I doing for Piggy B? I did one a little bit ago that was at Porter Square, but that's the only one I have lined up right now. It's did not get a lot of traction on this end. It's one of those ones where the author does a ton of really great work with it, but my end, I don't see a ton of that. I just did get an offer for a school event, and then the other thing that I mentioned earlier that I don't know if you were here for, AJ, that'll be interesting to see is I got and again, I don't know if I can mention this, but I did get a offer from Crayola to do something for their Crayola Creativity Week with a comedian named Kate. No, I can't say it. I won't say that part. But that might be sort of fun, interesting, sort of weird event. I don't know, weird. I don't know why it would be weird. But anyways. And so that is on the future agenda of sorts. I can tell you offline what it is, but I don't want to give away too much. Especially because I haven't signed the official, or signed any sort of contract for it yet. I mean, as a go, but I just don't want to jump the gun of any sort, so. That's that. Yeah, Mystery Kate. Mystery Kate. That's right. That's all you get. That's all you get. Rawr. These are weird toads. Trying to get some of that purple in there. There we go. That may be good. Okay, so now let's see. Is this guy dry yet? Probably not. Okay, let me cut out the flashlight. Boom. I gotta trim it down to get the right width to fit across there like that. That works for me. I know light doesn't just stop like that, but it's fun that it does. Okay, so here's the question that I have on this too. So I'm gonna go with lump and bump because that's what people seem to dig. But the question I have is on the title, and this is the designer aspect. I need to put in the title down in the hole. And I believe I would like the holes on the O to be black. I.e., I want to have black holes that have little worms sticking out of them. But should I have the lettering be white for hole to nowhere and just the O's are black? Or should I have the letters be colors that are akin to some of these, so like that brownish color, Or should I have the letters be black, akin to this? And it's a question of what's going to look the best in the end. So I can go like cut out. In fact, maybe I'll do this. I will take some of this scrap paper here that I have that's light-ish, and I will make a bunch more letters that are white. What I don't want to do is be like super dark in general. Like obviously the O's probably need to be dark. That's easy enough because they are holes in that case. But I see Ginger Outcast says white makes more sense. And you are probably correct. We're going to do a little test run. Let's see. It doesn't hurt to do a little test run. Just gotta get these relatively bright white sheets of trace. I don't want them to be perfectly white, so there's a little see-through color there. So let's do this. AJ, I can't do that because the studio is an absolute mess and there is no wonderful little section of papers. What I can do, I'll do this. I will showcase a tiny little bit so you get a sense of what's going on. Whoa. Cancel. There we go. Okay, just for a second, we're going to pan over and we have the books and some papers there. And then I have a bin full of papers here. Just chock full. Let's give a close-up look. Whoa, way down in there of papers. And you can look at the floor. The floor is covered in papers. That's as much as I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put this back up in its little resting spot and continue to make. That's all you get. That's the taste. It is the curse of collage that everything is. I forget who I was talking. Oh, we were talking to Kate Cosgrove and Luke, I think, Flowers, and I mentioned that. I go to sweep up or grab all the papers that are on the floor sometimes, which I need to do again. I need to go and do some cleanup there. But half the time, some of the papers have glue on them still, i.e. I glued back something, a piece falls down on the ground, and then it gets stuck to the floor. And so there are quite a few pieces of paper that will not come off the floor unless I scrape them off. And so it's a little sad in that sense, but it's not the end of the world, but it's not the loveliest thing in the world that you have to scrape your own floor to get your floor clean. Let's put it that way. So let's see, if I do that, and that, and that, I'm trying to figure out, like, no, that's the L. So that'd be the L, the E. I'm trying to figure out size right now. So if I do this, let's see. H-O. L. I want a little bit of like a irregularity to them. So I do this whole. Let me get the black that I had. I still have strips of that. Let's go make the hole. Let's see. Let's do a T now. T. Get another chunk of this. Two. Nowhere. Does that look okay with the white? I think that looks pretty good. I wonder if this should be angled ever so slightly like this instead. I mean, I'm going to punch them up so they're whiter in the end. I think it will work. I think so. I will go over the problem with the white is like it's just not bright enough until I do another pass of white on top. But I gotta stick them down first. But I think it will work. I think it will. Let's see. Then I gotta do worms, as one does. And then I gotta do a shovel. Because how did they make this hole? Well, a shovel, of course. Oh, did I just tear that? I think I did just tear it a little bit, but it'll stick and then you'll never know the difference. I stick it the right way. There you go. See, you can't see. You don't see that there's tearing it. Go stick down. Teacher Marin, thank you. About the wormholes. Whoa, that's a real word. Wormhole. What if that's what it's about? What if the story is about wormholes? They pass through a wormhole. It's not what I intended it to be about, but that ain't a bad idea. It ain't a bad idea. What I'm trying to do is get the question of, is that sitting too far that way? I might need to move it over just a little bit. So I want this to be about there. So I might have to move that T over. Which I can do with the magic of uncured glue. I can move it over. In fact, let's see if I can peel it up so I don't have to recut another T. Then just shift it over a little bit. A little too much. Let's push it this other way. So it's like this, right about here. I might actually see about cutting this just a touch. The question is that stuck down too hard now. Hopefully it's not. Let's see. We did tear up a little bit there. I will correct for that. Yeah, it's gonna tear up too much. I might have to put it back. Yep, it's tearing up too much. All right, I will put it back. That's the problem of the glue. Or maybe, you know what, maybe I do this. Maybe I come in with some white paint. I thought I had some out on my board. Maybe I come in and I do this. It has this like sort of pointed to imply some sort of like little zigzag. In fact, maybe I'll do it with this instead. So it sort of mimics the toes. Let me see. Can I get that to like center out in some way? That should work. Okay. Finally started querying agencies for illustration rep, which means I'm finally finally getting rejection emails. Womp womp. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's that happens. But know that as you get those rejection emails, it means that people are looking at your work, and my guess is that the more of them you get, the closer and closer you get to having someone say yes. And it's a matter of just getting it in the right hands at the right time. And then, boom, all of a sudden you're famous. And so, don't fret over it yet. It will take time. I know that to be true. Okay, now, what I'll do is use this weight and I will actually really punch up the white of these letters. So. They will pop more. What is that? I get some little goo of paint over here. Looks like I did. I think I can touch it up that way. Okay, let me let this dry for a second. Somewhere in this studio, and I don't know exactly where, but somewhere in the studio is my first rejection letter that I got back in the day, back in probably 2000, from Cricket magazine. And when they said, your work isn't up our alley, which at the time, it truly was not. If I go look at it, the kind of stuff I was making then, totally not. It was weird, it was funky, it did not make sense for Cricket magazine. And I applied to a bunch of different places, and so it wasn't like I was aiming directly for Cricket magazine, but it definitely made sense that they sent me a rejection letter, but I saved that rejection letter because I knew that it was sort of the beginning. And then probably about, I don't know, let's see, if I do the math properly, 2000, probably around 2000, I don't know, let's say 18. So that was 18 years later. Cricket magazine reached out to me and said, hey, we have a job for you. Are you interested? And of course it wasn't because of that initial sort of postcard that I sent or whatever, but I was able to say no because the job didn't pay enough. And so it was kind of rewarding, to be honest, to have that rejection letter from them and then to be able to reject them. And I'm not saying they're a bad company, it just at the time did not make sense for what I needed in my career. And so I said no. And I know there's plenty of people that probably have worked with them and they're probably a lovely company. But it was a nice sort of 180, let's put it that way. And so having the ability to sit there and go, I needed you at one point, I don't need you now, was, whether it was that company or any company, was kind of nice. So save those rejection letters. I mean, at the time when I got it, it was a real letter. They actually went out of their way to send a real letter through the mail that basically said no. I could try to find it at some point here, but it's buried in this studio somewhere. And the likelihood of me finding it is probably slim to none, because there's just too much stuff in the studio. But you will get rejections all the time. Everybody does. And it's okay. You know what's funny? I probably just paint these in, but I'm sticking them down anyways. What I might do is just to make it easier so I don't have to paint these this way is paint the piece of paper that I cut out so it's a little bit more solid to begin with, so something like this. And then just go like this. paint it more opaque. In fact, I'm gonna do it with a different brush, a little bit more paint. Might be a little shiny in the end. That's okay. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Lovely big brush like this, and just opaque that thing. Opaque that thing. I think that's probably enough right now, so let me let this dry. Let's see. Matthew Berg says, I love real mail even more because my brother works high up in the USPS, so I know more about the Postal Service than I should. Teacher Marin says, cricket was one of those few English real mail I got growing up overseas. I always look forward to it. Yeah, see, that'll stand up. Okay, so let's cut out the letters for nowhere and figure out the size that I need for them. So in, let's do this. Let's see. Trying to get that in here. There we go. Good. Some other letters in here. Let's see, I have to figure out the math on like the angles that I need to do these at. Let's see, this would be the E. I'm going to make these maybe a little bit smaller. I like the idea that the E is a little bit, the excite bar is a little small comparatively to the others. I think lot of people won't find that funny, but I find that funny. Let me get another little hole cut out here. There we go. Let's see. And then the R and E. And then I'll probably hand letter a bit up there. Let's see. So an R, that leans not quite as much. Trim that down a little. And E, that leans this way. Don't like that cut I made, so let's try again. Let's try this again. Go. What's the matter? Just getting these so they fit in here in a lovely manner. So stuff isn't too crazy. There we go. Okay. So I got these. I'm gonna leave the R blocked like that. I'm not gonna cut out the hole, I decided. I just like the idea if the O's don't have a hole in them, that the R will not either. Sorry, my feet is acting funky here. Let me get these all stuck down there in a way that makes sense. Twist them just a little bit. There we go. Okay. I mean, the other option is I could put a little black spot in the R, but I think that's gonna be too much. I'm gonna just leave it white. Oh man, that was a lot of glue that came off there. Okay, let's see. Let's do the other E. Okay, let's see. Let's get this other E all glued up. Glued up. That's pretty good right there. Okay, does anybody else have any questions before I finish all these letters? I'm trying to get this guy wrapped up at a reasonable time frame tonight. hopefully. I know my wife is up there asking, when's he gonna come up? Because Love is Blind just released more episodes yesterday, and if we get to watch that, that'd be lovely. I know she's thinking that. She won't admit it, but that's what she's thinking. These are getting so sticky. Thank you. Does the white hold up okay now? Okay. For hand lettering for a book, so Teacher Marin asks, when hand lettering for a book, do you add it digitally or directly on the illustration? I always, if it's done by hand, so it can be either or, in the sense of done by hand or digital. So that's not really the question. The question is whether it's actually on the piece or not. And to be honest, the work rarely has type actually on it. And the reason for that is that most publishers don't want the type to be embedded in the actual image because of international rights. So if for some reason the book were to go to print in another country, they want to make sure that the type is on its own layer so they can drop it out easily and replace it with, a translated version. And so when I do most of the type, if I do it by hand, it's done by hand on a separate sheet of paper and then digitally added. But if it's done on the computer, it's just, a layer above. That's easy enough. But it's always a separate layer with that intention that it makes it easier for them to cut out and change it out or swap it out of some sort. Every once in a while, you'll see books that will not have that. Like one of the questions I want to ask Dan Santat when he's on in a couple weeks, there was a book that he did called After the Fall about Humpty Dumpty and sort of his challenges after he fell off the wall. And one of the interesting things that happened with that book is it got translated, but the cover was so distinctly done by Dan in his aesthetic that it had to be translated, and so someone had to redo the cover. And I'm guessing it was not him. It might have been, for all I know, but pretty sure it wasn't. And so that idea of who, how did they manage that? Was that something that he had approved of the final artwork in some way from said person? Was it something wherein the publisher took care of it and you didn't even have to think about it? I want to ask those kind of questions when we get there. But if you go look at that cover, it will make sense that it's a hand lettered thing, but it's done in a style that has to be, it's the letter forms are part of the illustration. It is not something that's just applied on top. And so someone had to go do that. And I imagine there's something like that in some of the books that I've worked on, but for the most part, the books are not treated that way that I've done. The only thing that would come into play where I would paint directly on the surface is if it was a word or something that wasn't critical to understanding. So if it was like on a building in the background that just, it just needed some signage or something of the sort, then maybe it would have the words hand painted on it. But for the most part, it's done as its own layer and separate and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. I mean, the equivalent of, let's put it this way, on a lot of the stuff that I've done, there has been an element later that gets translated, or like the Darwin book in particular has been translated into a lot of different languages. And when they did that, they were, sorry, I'm trying to look for the right color to put for the shovel here. Anyways, when they translated it into a different language, they used a format that was sort of Western in the sense that reading right to left. I'm sorry, left to right. There we go. It'd be good if I got the wording right. They read from left to right, and I'm just gonna put a little shovel in there, I guess, in the end. However, there are times where, like, if you go look at manga comics, there's oftentimes the words or the speech bubbles that are in those are really tall for what words fit in them, and it's because they're originally done with the intention that manga is read in a different, set up a different format than what Western books are read, and so that angle that they're at is, sorry, I can't talk while I'm trying to do this, that there we go, that the vertical versus horizontal makes a difference for them. So you will see that the speech bubbles are tall. I imagine that there's probably that question of how to manage type in some of the books if they get translated, but for the most part, I believe they keep them in the format that is the original format of said book. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm getting this in here, and I'm going to cut this to match right here. Get rid of that glue, and then I'm going to paint his little hand on it in the end. First, I'm going to sort of color it in a little bit more yellow, and same thing with this. So we get more of a grayish, bluish tint. To apply the shovel aspect. And then I'm going to take this paint and grab a little bit of this blue that I have and run it down the edge. This. A little aspect of it like that on the shovel. And then I'm going to, stick all these things down that are coming up that don't need to be. Okay, and that E, boom. And W, boom. Okay. Okay. Now, I need to paint a tiny little bit. This is going to be challenging to get to this to match as close as I can, but a little bit of fingers right there. Sort of match the toesy woesies. Go. That's how toads dig holes. It sure is. Okay, now, the last thing I need is I need to make some pink worms and then I'll do the lettering up there, and that will probably be it for this piece. Where are we time-wise? Yeah, we're almost at 10. This is pushing up against that edge of time that I should be wrapping up. So I'm getting close. I am getting close. Okay, so let's get some little wormy worms, squirmy worms down in here. I will take color like this. I'll grab that pink that we have there. Make some little pinky worms. Where's that pink? There's the pink. Let's get a little bit more of that out there. Let's get a little bit more of the red. Get a tiny touch of that red in there. Okay. I'm gonna let that dry. Okay, let me go cut out here's a little worm friend that can sit there like that. I'm trying to think, where did I have them lined up? I had one that was poking out this way like that. So I can get that guy to line up right there. And then some of these sort of poke out. So let's do this. There's a little worm. Poke out right there. Sort of angle that way. This one can angle this way. A little bit more up. And then the other one can go cut this the best I can. There. And this one can poke that way. Sort of like this. Or I should have this one. That'd be kind of funny if that one's upside down. Maybe I'll do that. That one's upside down. These other two poke that way. Okay, and then I gotta put little faces on them. And then I gotta write bump and lumps, hold to nowhere. And I'll do that with hand lettering. Let's get the glue out. Glue out. Okay. This guy comes in like this. And it's going to be upside down. this guy here. He's gonna sit in this way. And then this one, last one, this way. And now I go trim them accordingly. I think I just need a little. Needs a little trim like that. This one needs a little trim like so. In fact, got that little dark spot right there. There we go. Now these guys need little whites to their eyes. Let those dry a little. Here, do this. This. And then let's do that. Give little smiley faces. Although that one's a little funky. I think I'm gonna do it with paint instead. Same spots, just with paint. Tiny little. Purple like that. Little lines to indicate the segments. Then, what I do is darken up these holes just a little bit so they're a little more deep. Yep. Okay. That's pretty good. With these. Mouth's maybe a little darker in here. And I'm going to grab that purple. Add a little purple to some of these. That white. Okay. One last little. Thing I think I have to do, which is one, stick that down. But then I need to do the names up there, and then. So the question is, how do I do this up here? So paint, obviously. But is there a color that also makes sense? Actually, I do it in pink. So it says bump and lumps. Lauren, I need some clarity on this. If I'm making it bump and lumps, it's B-U-M-P and L-U-M-P-S, or apostrophe S? If I do bump and lumps, hole to nowhere, it's B-U-M-P, ampersand or whatever, L-U-M-P apostrophe S? Okay. Okay. Where is that exact read? Or what? Oh, because they're color-wise? Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could try to move. Maybe sideways. No, that could do it. Sideways could do it. So if he's like sideways in that one, I will replace. It makes sense, I get it. I'll replace that O. And I'll put a new wormy worm sideways in it. I see the concern though. And I will solve it right now. No, but you're right. It did, when I squinted my eyes, it did look a little bit like a U. Is always like scale. Yeah. Justified, justified. Now I just got to get that pink that I was using to cut out the wormy shapes and do one last one. It sort of pokes his head in from the side, and then I will Yep. I would have been over by 15 minutes. We're on the road nowhere. Ba-do-ba-dee-da. Okay. Let's get in here and let's get some of these taken care of. Okay, now let's do bumps and lumps. I'm thinking I should do it in pink. Like this, so it goes. Bump and lump. That's just bump and lumps. I'll make these thicker. I'm just trying to map out. Go. Okay, that's good. Now I can go and finish those off. Okay, let's get this show on the road. We're getting there. I'm going to do a little white ampersand there. Try and get this as pink as possible. That means lots of layers. Just go on top of black. I also noticed this pink. It's probably worth coming in here and punching up these worms a little with this pink. They're a little bit less gray. We're getting close, we're getting close. All right, a little more on this guy. So he's not so purple. Actually, you know what? Holy moly. Store knock. Sketching Jane Goodall right now. Wanted to do some drawings of her since she passed away last week. Yeah, it was a bummer one. It was, she was a real treasure. Oh, Mr. Thornock, if you're watching right now, will you please comment letting me know, because I have a question for you. What? Okay. Dang. It says, see, remind me, you teach at a art college, right? Or you teach art somewhere? And the reason I ask is I'm trying to run our school's trip to Ireland this year. And one of the things that we're looking at is reaching out to other schools to see if other schools would like to go along to Ireland at a university. There you go. And I was wondering if you think that students would have any interest. It is myself and a writing instructor named Aaron Dion, and we sort of focus on visual essay / sort of narrative, sequential image making on my part, and then she does sort of a creative writing workshop, and it's a 6-credit venture. And I wanted to reach out to people personally that I know teach, and I remember that you had mentioned that you teach at a school, and wondering if you think students would have any interest. It's over in a little town called Ballyvaughan in Ireland, and they would get 6 credits through our school to go over there and make art, essentially, and write. And so I don't know if you would know offhand if the students would have interest, but if you do, if you think they would have interest, just let me know and I can send you a little, what I was going to do is a Zoom thing for students to Zoom in and find out more about the course and whatnot. But I would just need to know whether you think those students are interested first, or if there would be interest from your school of any sort or whatnot. So we had students from another school go previously, but I wanted to reach out. It was you and a few other folks I know that teach at various schools around, and thought you might have some students that have a vested interest in going over and spending 4 weeks in Ireland with us. So give me either here or a DM that says whether you're interested or not, and I can send over some info. We send stuff out to schools, but I thought a travel book project during the summer when they get credit through would they get credit? They would get credit through our institution, yes. So they, it would be transferable. What I'll send you a little bit more info. Basically, is what it comes down to, and sort of relay what the school is thinking. We had students from, I think, 2 other schools this last time we went, and the more students that we get to go, the more likely it happens. So since we have a small school, sometimes it's hard to get enough students to go just with our individual aspect. So yeah, you want to go? Yeah, there you go. And it's just a lovely country, a lovely time to go do that stuff. So okay, yeah, no, I will. I'll relay this stuff, and you can decide whether you want to share it or not. Okay, I have one other question for people on this piece, which is, right now, because I have 2 black spots and I have 1 black spot, I feel like it needs something down here, and I thought, should I put by Mark Hoffman? Even though it's a fake cover, should I put a little thing down there that says that? Or should I just let it be? I also could take it and trim it so it's actually a little tighter to that. Maybe that's not as much of an issue then. Lauren, what do you think? Space at the bottom here. I'm trying to decide what to do with it. And the question becomes, should I trim it like this so it's just a little bit tighter? The other thing is that there's 2, I'm saying this to my wife if anybody's questioning. There's 2 holes on this side, 1 hole on this side that are dark. And should I try to put something dark over here, i.e. I could do like by Mark Hoffman, i.e. where the author's name would go. I could do another hole down here, like a dark, just mocking this up, but I go and do something like this. It's down here. To me, I don't like this solution, but that's a Matthew Berg's like the color there. Leave the space? Needs the space. Okay. I'll leave it be. I mean, if it was a real cover, I'd want my name on it. I'd probably do something down there, like a thin lettering. It wouldn't be thick of any sort, but that's easy enough. I can leave that space. I see one other little touch I want to do on one spot here, which is there's some schmutz that happened in here that I want to get rid of. Yes, a technical term, schmutz. I just want to cover it up because it's bothering me. Okay. I think that may be it for the night. It's funny that it changed from Pip and Pops to Bump and Lumps. Bump and Lump is funnier for a name. I get it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to clean up my space, get us wrapped up for the night, which is always a lovely feeling. And then we will be done for the eve. Let me get these extra scraps out of the way. Originally the frogs were going to be these kind of colors. Now they're frogs, toads. I just can't ever get it right. Let me get my paints out of the way. These go in here. Just gotta clean up the space a little bit. There we go. And then I will put the nice little blackboard down so we can see what it was supposed to, or how it looks all nice and cleaned up for the eve. And we will wrap up for the night. Hope everybody had an entertaining time. Please go back and watch the first part when Esme Shapiro was on. She was lovely. Next week we're going to have on again AJ Smith. And then the following week will be Dan Santat. And then the following week, which isn't even on the ad that I put out, but we're going to have Luke Flowers on. So here is the original sketch, so you can see what it looks like. I will zoom in a little for us. Let's see if I can get this sort of evened out for us here. There we go. Here's the original sketch of what I wanted to do, so it's not too far off. Oh, I didn't put the clouds in, but I don't think it needs the clouds. Does it? Does it need clouds in there? What do we think? It would take a second to do. Little lined clouds. Maybe I'll do it as just little lines. Like this. Ready? Last minute decisions. What are you laughing about up there? Yep. There we go. Done. Drawing those sweet little lines, baby. Oh wait, sorry. This one just needs a second pass to get it bright enough. It's fighting against some of the That's a little better. There we go. Okay. So here's the original. Here's the finished version. So bumps and lumps, hole to nowhere. That's it, everybody. You go have a lovely evening. And I'll see you next week on Gab and Doodle. Again, our guest will be AJ Smith. He is AJSMITHNET on Instagram. Go check him out. Love y'all. Bye.